Oh, man. Good afternoon. Hey, say hey, buddy. No, going for a nap. All right. Gotta send out a few alerts. Do my due diligence. Let's turn that off. Okay. Okay. Bear with me one moment. Yeah, you'd think that I would have all this taken care of by the time I actually start. The problem with this is I can't really make my chat announcements until I'm actually live, so... Alright, chat. There you are. Let's just do this. How's everybody doing today? I think that I got collectively maybe 2 hours of sleep, so I am running on empty. There we go. I don't know why that's so hard to do. I kind of wish that they'd let you make those little chat announcements beforehand, but hey. Okay. So, real quick, on the agenda, we got some news. We got Hasan responding to the ADPOKOLIPS drama that's going on, which that one I'm calling drama because that's what it is. It's kind of drama as far as the actual like ADPOKOLIPS part of that. I'm still a little confused as to whether it's Asmongold's fault or if this has been like more of a long time coming, but I don't know. It seems like it could be it's gonna be interesting to see how this one plays out. Then we got Ethan Klein getting called out by Bad Empanada, which yeah, thought we already did that one, huh? Yeah, well, apparently there's a little bit more to it. This one seems like it's actually like I don't know if this is like drama farming from Bad Empanada, because he does kind of tend to do that, but yeah. Then we got Bill Burr just calling out idiots. No idiots in particular, just calling out idiots, which is pretty freaking funny if you ask me. So, but real quick, we have news. So, and I mean actual news. So, let's look at our news updates. Two faces that you just love to see. Yeah. Don't you just love these types of headlines now? Trump and Musk solidified their bond with Texas trip for rocket launch. He's gonna show me the big rocket. Listen, I'm very easily impressed when things go boom. This one's interesting how they just kind of buried it. Woman testified that she saw Matt Gaetz having sex with 17-year-old, attorney says. Yeah, this one is technically the most important one. Ukraine fires several U.S.-made long-range missiles into Russia for the first time. There have been some rumblings online about this being the unofficial start of WW3, but I don't think so. Although, you know what? Russia did just kind of come out right away, and they just were just like, oh, do you remember we have bigger bomb? You remember we have the spicy bomb? And yeah, now the world's kind of talking about that again all of a sudden. Mutually reassured destruction is not exactly a thing, I don't think, anymore. Guys, did you know our planet somehow got bigger and now has pocket dimensions, apparently, that these rich folks can just congregate in and live there? Because they sure are treating it like they don't give a shit, which is a little weird considering that, yeah, I mean, maybe they really just do not need us to live their existences, but then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, wait, the broader economy is run on those smaller people? Oh. All right, real quick. Ukraine fired several American-supplied long-range missiles into Russia, officials said on Tuesday, marking the first time Kyiv used the weapons in that way in the 1,000 days of war. Wow, it's already been 1,000 days of war. So we've already, yeah, okay. God, time really does fly. The use of the Army Tactical Missile System, known as ATAMS. Sorry, I was trying to. ATACMS. It's almost easier just to say the thing. Army Tactical Missile System. That's actually, yeah, it's just easier to say that. Bad acronym. Came as Russia and Vladimir Putin formally lowered the threshold for using nuclear weapons, opening the door to potential nuclear response by Moscow to even a conventional attack by any nation supported by a nuclear power. That could include Ukraine attacks backed by the U.S. Okay, so they might be onto something with that broader, yeah, we might be heading towards that war there. Oh, crap. Because let's just be real. I know that because we still technically didn't go to war with Afghanistan and Iraq, which, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? So let's not mince words here. There's a good chance that this could happen. And once it does, then we can kind of just say it. We can kind of just say, oh, yeah. And once the world superpowers get involved and start actually fighting with the proxies, I think that classifies. Like, doesn't that constitute, like, do we need this idea? Like, also, was there ever like a formal declaration in World War II where everybody just sat down and was just like, we are officially at war? I don't think so. So yeah, this is definitely a little scary, because I'm going to be completely honest with you. Now that Russia's kind of playing the nuclear card, yeah, let's just say that, you know, my sphincter just got a little tighter. TMI, sorry. A Telegram channel affiliated with the Ukrainian military posted a video Tuesday that shows U.S. supplied Army. Oh, that's why the acronym Army Tactical Missile Systems. Missiles being fired from an undisclosed location in Ukraine. The AP could not independently verify the date and location the video was filmed. Ooh. Okay, so it could be technically a propaganda piece. I don't want to say it is. I'm not making any broader assumption. I'm just saying it could be. According to U.S. officials, Ukraine fired about 8 of the missiles, and just 2 were intercepted by oh, wow. So 6. Oh, okay. The officials said that the U.S. was still assessing battle damage, but the missile struck an ammunition supply location in Kharkiv, a city about... Or wait, Karachev. Sorry. I've been used to seeing Kharkiv when reading about Ukraine. Karachev, a city of about 18,000 people in Russia's Bryansk region. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss intelligence. That's interesting that anybody's discussing intelligence developments in Russia. The developments marked a worrying escalation in the conflict that has repeatedly ratcheted up international tensions. U.S. officials recently expressed dismay with Russia's deployment of North Korean troops to help fight Ukraine, while Moscow seethed when Washington eased restrictions. Okay, so yeah, they're literally doing the thing where they're just taking other people's troops. They're coalescing power, and then they're just like, oh, how dare you go get your friends? No, we only bring friend to fight. Sorry. That's, dude. Ugh. And the fact that, like, is it weird? Can we just say that this is weird that we give, like, credence to, like, this types of, like, we give credence to Trump. We give credence, we just, by even saying that, by reporting that and not just saying, yeah, ridiculous, right? I know, could probably say it better, but that's ridiculous. All right. The 1,000-day mark has magnified scrutiny of how the war is unfolding and how it might end, amid signs that a turning point may be coming with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump entering the White House in about 2 months. Trump has pledged to swiftly end the war and has criticized the amount the U.S. has spent on supporting Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, he just wants to give Ukraine to Russia. Let's just be real. Coffee. Love it. Yeah, today's a coffee day. Might be even a 2-cupper. We'll see. Neither Russia nor Ukraine can sustain the war for very long. Like, that's actually, they're really underselling how long Ukraine or Russia can sustain this. Ukraine can sustain this a lot longer. Right now, they have the upper hand because, think about this. If Russia's using North Korean troops, not a good sign. That's not exactly saying, hey, we're doing so well that we, even our reservists aren't coming and fighting for us. So, all right, Ukraine's forces are under severe Russian pressure on the battlefield at places on the about 600-mile front line. Oh, yeah. So, I wish I had a map pulled up right now, because literally this is on the far, I think, like the eastern. It's on the eastern side. Ukraine civilians, meanwhile, have repeatedly been attacked. Yeah, by Russian drones and missiles. Yeah, they've been hitting civilian, like, not even depots. Like, we're talking, they're just hitting residential buildings. Ukraine claimed Tuesday that it hit a military weapons depot in Russia's Bryansk region overnight, though it did not specify what weapons it used. Ukrainian General Staff said multiple explosions and detonations were heard at the targeted area around Kharkiv. We have already talked about that one. Yes, we know about that. In a statement carried by Russian news agencies, the Russian Defense Ministry said that the military shot down 5 of these missiles and damaged 1 more. The fragments fell on the territory of an unspecific military facility and sparked a fire. It didn't cause major damage or casualties. Neither side claims it could be independently... Yeah, see, now that's the problem. Like... So, we just got... What? Like... Yeah, this is weird. Hey, what's up, Robin? How's it going? Yeah, this is... All right, Kharkiv is roughly 70 miles from Russia-Ukraine border. Wow. Okay, that's actually a little bit... I'm going to just say, that's a little bit deeper into Russia territory than I thought they were already going. Wow. Ukraine, in the course of the war, has been able to reach much deeper in the vast country, but with drones rather than missiles. I mean, yeah, they hit Moscow. For instance, Russian officials have reported intercepting Ukrainian drones over Moscow, which is about 310 miles from the border. And most recently, Eisenevsk. I can't do it. Sorry. A city about 1,450 kilometers, 900 miles from the frontier. Early on Tuesday, Ukrainian officials reported a 3rd Russian strike in as many days on a residential area. See, that's... Again, like, what's the... I hate to, like, put the AP on blast right now, but holy crap, dude. Like, are we just gonna kind of ignore the fact that, Ukraine's going after weapons depots, but then here we are with Russia just being like, nope, civilians. It's like, what? All right. Oh, Lord. All right, so the strike by the Shahid drone, Sumi region, Monday hit a dormitory of an educational facility in the town of ADPOKOLIPS. Sorry, I'm trying. And wounded 11 others, including 2 children. Oh, man. Adding that more people could be trapped under the rubble. On Sunday, a Russian ballistic missile with clutter munitions struck a residential building in Sumy, Ukraine, killing 11 people and wounding 84 others. On Monday, a Russian missile barrage sparked apartment fires in southern port of Odessa, killing at least 10, wounding 43. Zelensky said that the series of aerial strikes proved that Putin wasn't interested in ending the war. No, he's just interested in committing even more heinous war crimes. I mean, dude, he's attacking. Like, what is with this? Are we just done with the air of any type of decorum where it comes to war kind of thing, like in attacking civilian infrastructure? Like, damn. So Zelensky told European Union lawmakers in a speech via video link that Russia has deployed about 11,000 North Korean troops along Ukraine's borders and that the number could swell to 100,000. He appeared in person at the Ukrainian parliament. Wait a minute, would that mean that they will actually start to outnumber conscripts? Because, again, AP, this is your job, not mine. I'm going to say that. He appeared in person at the Ukrainian parliament. He presented what he called a resilience plan to dig in against the relentless Russian onslaught. He said he expects pivotal moments to occur in the war in the next year. Yep. Well, that's, if we remove our support, it's insane. And then, okay, so today was really the first day that I kind of did start to get a little, not fully doomer about this, but I did start recognizing that this is going to be really bad. Like, oh, wait, I can't say those names either. Thank you for covering this. Yeah, Russia has always gone too far with civilians. Awful. Robin, I actually have a friend that, he's a American expat living in Kyiv, and I worry about him daily. So, especially early in the invasion, it was his apartment complex was literally 2 complexes down from one of the ones that got bombed. Yeah, it's very, very not cool. Very, very scary. But yeah, what I was just saying is I have actually gotten a little more afraid of this specifically because, yeah, again, like if we're just, it's so easy for certain Americans just to be like, yeah, just let them have Ukraine. Like, it's like, what the actual hell is wrong with you? And then what's up with these isolationists all of a sudden, but then they also still want to be the world police? Do they not understand you can't have it both ways? Like, sometimes I really do feel like we're just arguing with children. You know, maybe it's that 8th grade reading level that they said. I don't know. Did that show up on anybody's radar recently? Where they were just like, yeah, most of America has an 8th grade reading level. Now, all right. The plan outlines new approaches to army management, including the creation of a military ombudsman. I actually kind of want to define this. What is... Oh. No, I'm not going to do it. Position. I'm guessing it's a military position. A new system of handling military contracts. There are no plans to lower the mobilization age from the current 25, even though Ukraine is shorthanded on the front line, especially in infantry. Ukraine urgently needs to tackle its manpower difficulties on the front, but it can use the long range... I mean, once the ladies join, I think it's all over for Russia then. Because honestly, you don't want... You ever heard the whole hell hath no fury like a woman scorned? Come on, there's something behind that. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. Yeah, it is very terrible for him. he is still a dual citizen, so he does have the ability to come back. It's just more so I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, because like, when do you leave? Like, because right now he even said, he's like, yes, most of the war front is on the far God, why am I doing that? Yeah, waffles. On the waffle side. Yeah, so it's on the far western front. All right, let's finish this. It sucks that they need I didn't know that the manpower thing was as dire as it was, because I thought that the last I had heard was that they actually had a pretty decent conscription going on, but it does kind of make sense when you do read the death toll, which, again, we barely report on that. Okay, Ukraine urgently, yeah, we got that. In the meantime, to slow the tempo of Russians' recent advances, Jack Whiteling, yeah, whatever. He's part of a think tank, guys. Yeah. Ukrainians' partners can do little to change the character of the fighting on the line of on the line of contact. Bah. But remember what I said about 8th grade reading level? But by targeting capabilities that are currently giving Russia a battlefield advantage, time can be bought. Oh, well, that's kind of what they were saying about the drone strikes. Like, that alone bought them a few months. Next year, Zelensky said Ukraine plans to produce at least 30,000 long-range drones and aims to manufacture 3,000 long-range missiles, reducing its dependence on Western military support. I mean, you better keep those locked down, because, yeah. Bloodstone by Stars, welcome to the stream, and I want to isolate myself, but I am human and need to interact with the world and make money. Yeah, unfortunately, I feel that one. Like, I had to go out. Oh, man, I got a story about going to the dentist earlier today. Woo, boy, it was not your average dentist visit. I'll just say that much. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. But yeah, that's just, I hate going out. Right. I'll just read this again. Ukraine's partners can do little to change the character of the fighting on the line of contact, but targeting capabilities that are currently giving Russia a battlefield advantage. Time can be bought. Next year, Zelensky said... Oh, I did go back too far, my bad. A fuller version of the plan will be presented next month. See, but that's the... Oh, man, you guys are really cutting it close. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte... Root? I don't know. Said Western countries are debating further help for Ukraine, more aid, more money. We have to make available to them, particularly now that the North Koreans have come on board. Yeah, that really does kind of shift the whole offensive. Meanwhile, God, I just realized, like, this really is turning into a world war. Yet they're blaming Biden, not fucking Putin. That is what I need to start calling out more. Like, I should have said that. Oh, if Biden doesn't start World War III today, or yeah, okay, because yeah, Putin has absolutely nothing to do with this. Yeah, okay, assholes. You ever have to wonder, like, if the Russian disinformation campaigns actually worked and they got their money's worth? Yeah, say no more. Meanwhile, European Parliament President Roberta Metsola led a special plenary session on Ukraine, marking 1,000 days of terror. Okay. Oh, did we really need to? I guess, but ugh. I don't like doing ceremony for something that's so dour. Your people are an inspiration to all who value freedom of... Yeah, okay. Unless you're a certain type of American. It's insane. I can't believe how, like, the Republican Party has just full-heartedly gone, or full-throatedly gone to the Russians. That is, yeah. All right, we got one more thing I wanted to check here. That was this. Woman testified that she saw Matt Gaetz having sex with a 17-year-old. I just wanted to we're gonna do the good old American version of this and just say, hey, we read it. Because that's all we needed on that. I don't need a reiteration. I did just need a reminder that that guy is a certifiable POS and that, yeah, just remember, he could very well be the next AG. God. It's just insane. But yeah, this guy, most evil man, criminal, like, what? What? Your villains are boring and they suck. What the hell? Like, oh my god, man. We really... Somebody said it yesterday. We live not only in the dumbest timeline, but we live in the most unbelievable. It's just... if you were to explain this to somebody just from a few years back, they'd be like, what? It's gonna... And how quickly is this all gonna happen? It's like, yeah, one pandemic, it's gonna fry everybody's brains. But it didn't happen in the 1920s with the, you know, the pandemic and the flu. Yeah, well, according to them, it did. According to them, they were anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers, and, you know, they're the true patriots. I'm still fucked up over that stuff, man. Ugh. Like, somehow they now have the narrative that they're the heroes. They're the ones, you know, the unvaxxed, the ones who didn't buy into the narrative. Because it was just a cold, it was just a flu. You know, we overreacted. Everybody just overreacted. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a mood today. Kind of over just all of that BS. Also the fact that, yeah, they really are just, like, doubling down on, like, trying to blame Biden for World War well, I don't want to say it, because for some reason they're going around and flagging channels now for saying things like that. Conspiracy theories, guys. Alright, sorry. Coffee break. Sound off in chat if you guys want to join. Also, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Come on, it's free. No. I know Robin knows this, but it really does help me out. So, I appreciate it. But, let's go into one of the topics. Which one do we want to do first? Actually, you know what? I will give... First viewer gets to choose from these. So you get to get a tall glass of Shut the Hell Up. That is a Piers Morgan debate with Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kulinski. We got Bill Burr just calls out a bunch of idiots. Ethan Klein drama with Bad Empanada, and Hasan responds to the Twitch drama, or not Twitch drama, but the Twitch ADPOKOLIPS. That was the one I was leaning towards. So I always like the CT that Bigfoot was an alien. Oh, ha! Oh god, I was thinking about Alf for a second there, but I like, for some reason I like conflate Harry and the Hendersons and Alf sometimes. Like, I've done that more than once in my life, where I was just like, yeah, you know, the one where they find Bigfoot, the alien, and he eats cats. They're like, huh? They're talking about Alf? Yeah, and they're like, well, he's not Bigfoot. I'm like, wait. So, I liked that show for the most part, but yeah, had I actually put together that he was eating cats, it's just like, I don't think I would have liked that show as much. Just say. Also, you know, hindsight being 2020, my family was a big Roseanne family, especially because, you know, anytime that a family was like in a fictional setting and they were from Chicago, my family was big into it. John Hughes movies were really big in my household. Home Alone is our Christmas movie. I actually live not too far away from the actual Home Alone house. I love where I live. Oh, you have cats. Yeah. Speaking of my cats, if you have not checked out my shorts yet, I'm telling you, those are diamonds in the YouTube sphere. Honestly, those are the ones, like, if you guys ever need to even, like, check out of my content, but you guys could be really kind and go to my content and check out the cats, because that's kind of why I did it. Although it's kind of funny. It's backfired on me a few times where I'll get some subs from my cat videos, and then, like, nothing's worse than when I see over 2. I'm like, okay, 2 I can live with. But once it's 3 or 4, oh, I start worrying. I'm like, okay, I really hope that they checked my channel, because it's almost like they will sign up on a Sunday, and by Monday, once I post my first video, boom, they're all gone. So, yeah, not everybody's into the politics, guys. It's kind of funny when you really break it down. I actually just saw something over here before we go over to one of the things. Since nobody said what they want to watch, we're going to do Hasan. But this bomb cyclone. Let's just, is anybody on the West Coast in chat right now? I know that yesterday we had some West Coasters. This bomb cyclone's coming towards you. Powerful storm is bearing down on the West Coast, bringing with it scary sounding weather term bomb cyclone. Well, maybe don't just say that the term is scary. Is it not as scary as it sounds? What is a bomb cyclone? Here we go. A bomb cyclone occurs when rapid intensification of a cyclone located between the tropics and the polar region, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Oh, that's a period. I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Simpsons joke, by the way. It can happen when cold air mass collides with the warm air mass. So it's essentially a giant tornado. I mean, am I just doing the Hasan? All right, we got Hasan. We'll do Hasan. But let me finish this. I do want to at least take care of my West Coasters. Also, I am kind of interested in this bomb cyclone thing. So the measurement needed to determine whether a cyclone can be classified as a bomb cyclone can be tricky, but it largely concerns a swift drop in pressure. So it's like a mix of a hurricane and a tornado, forming a bomb cyclone. No, just fusion, huh? Dragon Ball joke for I know Fire Fist gets that. That Turner and Hooch. Oh. Oops. Yeah, measurement needed to determine. Oh, we got that. Atmospheric pressure is measured in millibars by the National. Oh, speaking of, real quick, just sidebar on the millibars. For all those idiots that were kind of like, oh, the Democrats were controlling the weather, and it was kind of funny because it made me think about this conspiracy theory show that my man Jesse Ventura used to run called Conspiracy Theories. It was on True TV. He actually did an episode about weather control, and he was just talking about how there's these machines that can displace the weather. And then all it took was just, you know, you gotta love Adam Savage from Mythbusters just going, this could be fun, and he's like, and it would be awesome if we could control the weather, but here's an explanation of how much energy you would need to do just that, and why that is almost completely impossible without setting off huge explosions that would definitely be noticed. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. All right, let's finish this. All right, so it's measured in millibars. If a storm decreases 24 millibars or more in 24 hours or less, it can be considered a bomb cyclone. I would say rapid intensification of hurricanes is one of the more common times we see it. Okay, so it's... Oh, yeah, we do see it in nor'easters occasionally. So was there a bomb... I kind of remember that. Was there a bomb cyclone in the nor'easter in New York? Because, yeah, that one was real bad. The floods that came from that actually had a lot of... I'm sorry, Robin. Take care. I appreciate you popping in. Gonna be checking out some Hasan. But yeah, pop back whenever you can. Definitely appreciate having you here. All right, yeah. So we have just learned kind of what a bomb cyclone is. Blah, blah, blah. Conditions, severe rainfall, flash flooding, winter storms. See, okay. Yeah, it's kind of like the mix of where, like, winter and, you know, like the intense spring stuff, like, get mixed. Okay, bomb cyclone. All right. Well, we're gonna do our next segment here. Just give me 1 second. Sip of coffee. All right. We are good to go. Thank you for sticking with me through the educational portion of my stream. It's sad. I'm mostly just doing that for me because I just, yeah, I'm curious and I just want to learn. So, alrighty. So for Gondor, we're going to be starting a new segment here. If you're new to the stream, yeah, this is when I start my new segments. So okay, why did that just stop? Hold on. Okay, got it. All right, for Gondor. Alrighty, well, Hasan has finally chimed in on the ADPOKOLIPS that has been happening, and I almost have to do ADPOKOLIPS right now because, yeah, I don't know, it seems to be affecting only certain people, and it is kind of weird, so, I'm not sure how this is going to turn out. Where are they just going to say, hey, oopsie, we're going to reinstate this, or are they going to provide some substantive, reasons to why these certain channels were, denied certain ad revenue? But yeah, Hasan finally chimed in, and yeah, I wanted to see what his take on this was.
I hate this. It is so deliberately like trying to stop real speech, like normal conversations from taking place on this matter. It is so up. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind, dude. What is happening? We have updated our enforcement guidelines. I think Twitch needs to stop caving to these goons, okay? These little goobers that are cynically crying about like hateful misconduct happening on a platform that literally has the most rigorous application of its own terms of service. It's crazy that the guys that are yelling from Kick, okay? Like it's such an overt and cynical, silly ass thing. And it's like people who are banned, by the way, I know people who are banned because they violated the terms of service are now attacking the platform and trying to do anything and everything they possibly can. Train coming for you.
I'll be completely honest. That's the reason that I'm not exactly jumping on Twitch right now with my stream, is because realistically, if somebody gets banned on Twitch and I eventually want to platform them, that could be a problem. And as a smaller YouTuber, I do have to kind of think about that because I am trying to get like interviews with these types of creators. So it's a fine line.
Using the term to refer to a political movement, whether it's in a supportive or critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. As a part of our hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of the term that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious beliefs against our rules. We recognize that Zionist or Zionism also refer to a political movement. Using the term to refer to the political movement, whether in a supportive or critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. Our goal isn't to stifle conversation about criticism of an institution or ideology, but to prevent coded hate directed at individuals or groups of people. We include examples of language we prohibit in our enforcement here. So I think it's like, you can't say like, going forward, okay, like chat, you do realize like you're all gonna get banned, right? I mean, it's fine. If you want to get banned, you can get banned. I know that you disagree with this, and I disagree with it as well, but there's not really anything you can do. It's just, it is what it is. Twitch is caving and capitulating to people that are 100% doing this cynically in an effort to literally, to basically hurt the platform that they were banned from.
Got me curious.
Okay, move to Kick. No, I'm not going to move to the
you see the China versus Japan
Nazi website, dude. Get out of here. People are so stupid. Yeah, dude. I know. We should move to Kick, a platform that definitely has a rigorous application of terms of service. You just can't use Zionism as an insult, and that's what, or Zionist as an insult is what they're saying. They're
they're already like, oh, come on, Hasan, let's move to Kick. Come on, like this is what?
That's what it is. You just got to live with it. Okay, I don't know what else to say. There's nothing I can do about it. All of this cynical smear campaign with mass hate emails being sent to every advertiser, like all of this brigading from institutions that normally don't give a shit, are not like actually genuinely offended or anything, but just don't want any drama whatsoever.
I can't find it. I just tried to Google it.
Going to have repercussions. Really, and this is what I've been talking about over and over again, saying that like these guys literally have tried to forcibly trigger an adpocalypse and are making Twitch like They're forcing Twitch to just, be punished. How do you regulate that? No matter what happens, I'm not one of these people that's like, even if it's something that's stupid, okay? And this is a stupid conduct enforcement policy. It's really vague, and it's really difficult to truly figure out like how to use it. But like the reality of the matter is, if you say fascists, okay, no one is gonna get mad at you. So that's what I will continue to do. I don't think that is it bannable to call others terrorists based on their background? No, it's not. You want to know why it's not? Because Islamophobia is institutionally permitted. Hello, welcome. Okay, understand the world that we exist in. Wake up. Dude. There's not really much I can do about it. It is what it is. Read the examples it gives under enforcement notes. It seems fine. Where is it? The language used to call review. We want to make sure that our hateful conduct policy continues to be flexible and cover terms that may be used to cause harm to others. We'll continue to evaluate. Yeah, I just think that like they're caving to like Zionism. People use it as a catch-all to say all Jews. And what they don't realize is when that happens, right? When that happens, then the same people that have been crying about it are going to turn around and say, look at all the times where they were talking about Zionism. This violates the policy. Why haven't you banned this guy? I'm telling you right now, it's like a two-step program. Okay, that's precisely what they're going to do now. They have all my chats logged, like my community's chats logged. They're going to go back to the advertisers and be like, Twitch is not following through on its own enforcement policies. Look at all the times when like people have talked about Zionism, the political ideology, and Twitch itself now recognizes Zionism as a different way to.
Wait, they couldn't do like a retroactive ban of him then if they go through all of his old content then, right?
Jewish person, which is not true, right? I've talked over and over and over again under very academic settings about these sorts of values. Like the hilarity of the situation is this is unironically what conservatives used to complain about when they fantasized about like college campuses not letting free speech exist in an environment. And they're doing that. Like there's never been a moment where I haven't specifically offered context, like historical context or analysis in this sort of stuff when I'm covering these sorts of issues. And yet it's so easy to just like rob it of its context and just be like, no, this guy is anti-Semitic. This guy is hateful. And then basically repeat it over and over and over again and like bully advertisers as well who are afraid of political content regardless. And then Twitch is scared of massive losses of revenue or even like Amazon, coming down the hammer and striking Twitch in a meaningful way. So they just like cave. It's people very cynically using a lot of these organizations' lack of interest in getting into any controversy or putting themselves out there in any meaningful fashion. It's basically them, caving to this. It's caving to like very clearly.
They're only caving after it went like mega viral, though.
Who are falsely smearing people as like anti-Semitic from a platform that has like literally straightforward Nazi, like a platform that houses Nazis. You know what I mean? Like these are kick streamers yelling about Twitch. It's so obvious what's going on. And it's not even hidden. You know what I mean? Look, this is from their own subreddit, right? The guy who's doing this, Dan can't stream. He's like the main guy. No bad tactics, only bad targets. They would just as soon use these methods on you. Strategy number one of the CIA when they
wait a minute, is this like corporate espionage a little bit?
Want to topple a far/left
you
government
can kind of see it as that.
You are not MAGA enough. You are not a real freedom fighter. To my knowledge, the CIA doesn't engage in canvassing operations or advocacy. This tactic should have been left to the autism squad or whatever the secret DG operatives call themselves. Destiny may lose credibility as an advocate for democracy if he allows or supports his community in sharing information with fascist, democratic media figures. Turning the fascist machinery against itself is a fair game. It's effective warfare, and I completely disagree with your high road take. This is when they were talking about going to libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok. Chaya Raichik is that transphobic loser that they were collaborating with, and his own community was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you working with these fascists to try to take down Twitch? And he basically was like, I don't care, I just want to take them down. I will work with whoever I can. I've heard they have a Tom Cotton collab in the works as well. And it's like, that's it. You are having one of the most far-right orgs take down far-left content, both of them hating Jews, creating huge stress for the moderates of both parties and forcing both to want a distance from them. The meme of this is a weapon of the enemy. We do not need this for anime. In real life, we pick up the proverbial gun and shoot the motherfucker. Not just yelling, but also engaging in Islamophobia in the process of calling out hate speech. Very weird. They aren't going to stop until Hasan is banned. They straight up said it, lol. I know. And like, they don't care. That's the worst part about it, is that like, look, in their endless like interest of getting Destiny unbanned, which is like what Dan openly said he wanted to do, or get me banned, one or the other, right? They're basically fucking destroying this goddamn platform, or trying to destroy this goddamn platform. And it's crazy. And no,
it does seem like they really are trying to.
I know
nuke the
everybody
platform,
always says this,
but the timing's sus too.
No, I don't think Twitch is going to die
right after the election,
soon,
going into Donald Trump.
I don't think that like a bunch of
going to go where most leftist voices actually have like the ability to
the entire platform
say what we want to say.
It's just, like I said, it's still very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see that like these guys are basically botting mass email campaigns talking about how anti-Semitic the platform is over and over again, and it is the least anti-Semitic out of all the platforms out there. And I say this as someone who combats anti-Semitism on a regular basis, and I'm losing my mind because the people that are doing it are literally collaborating with Nazis on the platform with actual Nazis. It just doesn't make any sense. Like
that
and in the process, they're like,
when that happened.
Like that's the other thing. There's like a ton. There are a ton of Jewish content creators on Twitch. If you were to ask them personally, and Nandre can attest to this as well as many others, they would say that like this is an infinitely safer platform than all these other places. And these guys that have been banned for violating those terms of service are so mad, so butthurt that they can't stop being edgy, that like they want to blow it up and destroy the platform and for a bunch of Jewish content creators in the process as well as everybody else. Creative mischief, you're missing this part. Oh, here. Prohibited example, Zionist, name of animal. Allowed example, Zionist settlers keep encroaching Palestinian borders. Yeah, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur to denigrate others in certain contexts. Yeah, that's basically it. Similar to terms that may be used as a proxy for a protected group, we treat Zionists as a proxy for Jews or Israelis if the word is used in a context to promote harm or violence, or when used to make dehumanizing comparisons, or perpetuate anti-Semitic stereotypes. Comments regarding Zionism that are about the political movement, including criticism, do not violate our hateful conduct policy. Comments that call for violence against Zionism as a political movement, or comments that would otherwise violate our policies are not allowed. Okay? So that's it. You can't use it as a pejorative. You can talk about it as a political movement. Yeah. And I know,
but this is where I get really like, it's murky how they're going to enforce this.
A lot of you are going to want to try and use it as a pejorative. And every single person that's like saying that right now, every single person that's like using that as a pejorative is getting logged. You're most likely going to get banned from the platform. Yeah. Okay. Not only are you going to get banned from the platform, but before you get banned from the platform, Destiny will use the things that you're saying in the chat. And his community will use the things that you're saying in the chat to try to get me banned from the platform as well. I'm just letting y'all know.
This is a website doing deep data analysis. We have a live stream of Hasan's Discord and Denim's Discord and everyone else's Discord to another Revolt, which is kind of like another Discord server. So we can go in there anytime and we can search for any message. Even if they wipe everything, we still have it. Good. So we've been doing that for like a year.
Twitch is going against UN resolutions. No, it doesn't matter. They're not like as aggro, and they're not doing they're not going as aggro as like the IHRA definition.
It's the new drama.
Okay. Literally like saying you can't say Nazis are bad. No, it's not like that. You can say Zionism is a harmful political ideology. I agree it's dumb to capitulate, but it also seems like it's the same as the wheat thins controversy. So at least they're being consistent. Maybe I'm off base. It is no different than the wheat thins controversy, except this time when most people look at like anti-white racism as a joke, anti-Semitism is real, unlike anti-white racism or whatever. So obviously, well, most brands don't have a problem with the term cracker. Okay.
Firefist, can you link it in the chat if that's possible?
About
if not,
Zionism in this way,
hit me up on Discord
basically say no. The framing that like Zionism can be a catch-all or a substitute for Jewish people, then yeah, a lot of people will also agree with that. Like there is no institution that is going to uphold anti-white racism, okay, or treat it seriously. But of course, anti-Semitism, unlike anti-white racism, like saying
either that or give me the keywords to search it.
Is a real thing.
I tried that.
Anti-Semitism is a real thing. It's a real historic wrong. Right, and I think that's what it is. So yeah, when you say stuff like that, this is a good example of someone who's gonna get banned. Okay, like, and I banned them as well personally, but you can't do that. That's it. Thank you for demonstrating what kind of speech now is not allowed on the website. Imagine being 40 and throwing a publicly broadcast tantrum like you're 4. Pig dog is also an anti-Jewish slur apparently. Jew here, I didn't know this. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I just realized they're going to try to get you banned when you say hogs. Maybe. So how does this apply to calling people a Nazi on Twitch when we know they get hurt about anti-white racism and Nazi can be conflated with white people, particularly Germans? I think that it's not going to be. It's not. I researched it. Wait, is it? Bro, the other day Asmongold said, Chad said based at a Jewish conspiracy theory. I wonder if any of them got banned. No. I guess the only thing I can say is this, it's going to go away eventually. You just have to wait it out, It sucks. And I wish that these guys would like spend their time and efforts on something else, but they're not going to stop. Especially when when an institution actually caves to this kind of like cynical framing, they get a taste of it. Like there's a reason why it compounded since the ARAPS podcast got banned, right? Because if someone is just constantly going, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, and the platform doesn't actually offer it any sort of seriousness, right? It's illegitimate. And I know this because like these guys went to the New York Post and like every outlet they possibly could with this story, and no serious outlet took it seriously. They were like, okay, this seems like yet another instance where you are conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. We're not going to cover it, right? So it was always like illegitimate propaganda rags that were engaging in it. But That's neither here nor there. Like the only people that would like take this kind of seriously was the likes of Richie Torres, and it would never have been a thing. But then Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list, and then when Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list, just like the cracker thing, right? It became a serious situation, right? It became a serious situation after that. It's only real if a like legitimate institution. It's only real if a legitimate institution takes the cynical framework seriously. If everyone goes, you guys are ridiculous, you literally have you're yelling from the platform that has like straight up neo-Nazis on it, shut the fuck up, how ridiculous of you, then it doesn't go anywhere. They can compound on it over and over again and just like manifest or I mean fester in their own hatred. It would never go anywhere. But then when institutions do take it seriously out of fear because they are worried, then obviously in that process, like now people are going to write articles about this, right? Yeah. Twitch ADPOKOLIPS has begun following criticism of the platform for anti-Semitism, with nearly all creators reporting a noticeable drop in their revenue. Interesting. Don't listen to this propaganda. They're not lying. All the phases complaining in the group chat. Yeah. I said this. I talked about this. I said, Asmongold, you're like collaborating with these losers is really dangerous territory. That's what I was referencing.
What would happen if they don't ban for a month? I'm going to. Empty threat. We're going to get to that. So I went and I said that if this guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks, I'm going to bring Dan Saltman, who is the guy who has been talking about all of the anti-Semitism. And by the way,
okay,
I don't want to spoil
I see where
a whole
he's
lot,
tied in now.
but he and I have had extensive conversations about this.
I was like, you're playing with fire. Like these guys want to tank the platform because they're just straightforwardly filled with hate. Okay, that's it. And it's not even necessarily just like Asmongold. Asmongold is just like another party in this process. But it's basically the most straightforward way of someone cynically trying to do cancel culture. And I don't know why people don't understand it. Like this is straightforwardly a Kiwi farm style operation. They used to do this back in the day. Like the Nazis used to do this shit all the time. They would like dox people. They would do like mass email campaigns. Ironically enough, everyone thinks liberals do
the
this
Nazis
kind of,
did mass email campaigns in the 1940s?
It's usually
what?
the 4chan guys that would do this kind of like people who just say every slur known to man would so quickly utilize like liberal institutions and their
the Führer 42069 has something to say about that.
Their interest in maintaining like this aesthetic of progress by doing this sort of thing. Asmon's ban was the first thing that started it, man. You have to admit it. What do you mean? Admit what? Asmongold being banned for their inferior cultures that deserve to be genocided would have been a normal application of the terms of service if his entire community, but it's not even him, he's just being used in this process. If Destiny didn't use that as an opportunity to be like, you know, let's bring in as many people to our cause as possible to go over Twitch. Like Ethan slandering Twitch over and over again. Yeah, and then you got the Kick co-founder saying the platform will either beat Twitch or buy them out. Yeah, ADL liked it. They said in the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionists as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. We are glad that Twitch acted on our recommendation to make this change. However, policy is only strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. When one of the larger streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing the harm without consequence, it's still the platform has far to go. It's like, dude, what do you want me to do? Tailor my news coverage to lie? Like, I hate this. I hate this so much. Like, they called me out by name too. Like, that's insane. Like, why are you invested in this, man? You're the freaking ADL. Anti-Semitism is exploding all around the planet, and especially in the United States of America. And you're over here talking about a dude who is not anti-Semitic, who fights against anti-Semitism so consistently because you don't like the way that he's covering. Like, that's insane. It's so gross. Like, this is, yeah, they want me to, what do you want me to do? Like, Israel is the best? I'm sorry, guys. There it is. You got it. You won. Israel is the best. There's no genocide happening. Israel, and if there was one happening, it's good. Is that what you want me to say? Man, I hate this. It is so deliberately like trying to stop real speech, like normal conversations from taking place on this matter. It is so up. It's so.
No, this is happening in real life too, because you start getting to like having these conversations, and immediately, if they are of that side, they try to shut you down.
Insane. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind, dude.
It's been happening to me.
Fizz, the ADL praised our team's moderation when we were helping AOC for how little anti-Semitism they saw in the chat, but now all of a sudden you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, this community has been so active in fighting against anti-Semitism, more so than virtually every other community online. And the reason for that is because we are very knowledgeable on this, okay? That's it. Many people don't even understand anti-Semitism. Many people don't even think about it. They might say shit that is anti-Semitic without even realizing it. We don't even let that shit slide. I use that as an educational opportunity all the damn time. Yeah, the ADL's doing all this when RFK Jr. just got nominated as an option by Trump. You were the only one giving visibility to genocide in Palestine. You were an easy target between all the noise and distractions. This is the same kind of shit they did to Jeremy Corbyn, and it sucks. Yeah, and many normal people were like, yeah, I guess he is. I guess he is anti-Semitic. Like, people still think he's anti-Semitic. He's not. Reminder that the ADL still advertises on Elon's Twitter. I know. Yeah. Meanwhile, the UN Special Committee finds Israel's warfare methods in Gaza consistent with genocide, including use of starvation as a weapon of war. This just happened yesterday. Israel's warfare in Gaza is consistent with the characteristics of genocide, with mass civilian casualties and life-threatening conditions intentionally imposed on Palestinians there, the UN Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices said in a new report released today. Since the beginning of the war, Israeli officials have publicly supported policies that strip Palestinians of the very necessities required to sustain life, food, water, and fuel, the committee said. These statements, along with the systematic and unlawful interference of humanitarian aid, made clear Israel's intent to instrumentalize life-saving supplies for political and military gains. They trying to get you banned, buddy? Yeah, no, I know that. Is this D and Ethan? Yes. It's mostly Destiny's community. They're just using whoever they can. And Ethan is a willing
Destiny's pretty much, yeah.
So
they're actually anyway, kind of, I'd say that they're using Ethan.
Ben and
He's
Jerry,
the useful idiot in this scenario.
It's really funny. Ben and Jerry's is going to sue over Palestine. Their corporation that they're under. Ben and Jerry's, by the way, owned by Jewish people, for the record. Like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, both Ben and Jerry are Jewish. They've also been a long supporter of BDS.
Ice cream company Ben and Jerry's is suing its parent company, the British multinational consumer goods giant Unilever. Why? Well, Ben and Jerry's claims that Unilever silenced it from speaking out in support of Palestine. It also claims that Unilever threatened to dismantle its board and sue board members over the issue. Unilever rejects these claims.
Oh, dude,
but
that's
in the
awesome.
lawsuit, Ben and Jerry says it has tried to call for a ceasefire, it has tried to support safe passage for Palestinian refugees to the UK, it has tried to back US student protests on Gaza, and it tried to advocate for the Biden administration to stop sending military aid to Israel.
Oh, man.
But in each area, it claims to have been effectively muzzled by Unilever. Tensions have been simmering between the ice cream manufacturer and its parent company for years. In 2021, Ben & Jerry's tried to take a stand on illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. Ben & Jerry's said it would stop selling its products there, as doing so was inconsistent with its brand values. So Unilever decided to sell its Ben & Jerry's business in Israel and the West Bank to Israeli licensee Avi Zinger, allowing marketing in the West Bank and Israel to continue.
And yes, I
Ben & Jerry's
am on his
responded
side.
by suing Unilever in 2022 to try to block the sale. That 2022 lawsuit was settled in the same year, and the terms of the settlement were not made public. But in their new lawsuit, Ben & Jerry's is now accusing Unilever of breaching the terms of the 2022 settlement. The brand says Peter Culver, Unilever's head of ice cream, that is a job, voiced concerns about, quote,
I want that job.
the continued perception of anti-Semitism regarding Ben & Jerry's
I'm
speaking
lactose
up
intolerant,
for Gazan
but
refugees.
I still want that job.
The 2022 settlement also required Unilever to make a $5 million payment that Ben & Jerry's could donate to human rights groups of its choice. Ben & Jerry's picked Jewish Voice for Peace and the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of the Council on American-Islamic Relations, amongst others. According to the lawsuit, Unilever wasn't happy with Ben & Jerry's choosing a Jewish Voice for Peace, saying it was, quote, too critical of the Israeli government. Now, relations, amongst others. According to the lawsuit, Unilever wasn't happy with Ben & Jerry's choosing a Jewish Voice for Peace, saying it was, quote, too critical of the Israeli government.
Well, now I want to go buy some Ben & Jerry's ice cream. How about everybody else?
Now, Unilever owns plenty of popular household brand names.
By the way, like they've always been fantastic. They're so sick. Like, look, man, I got so much love for you. I got so much love for you if you have been keeping up with this cause for years and years, and Ben & Jerry's is like that. They're fantastic. They're incredible. I just wish
we actually have a Ben & Jerry's store like not too far from me. It's awesome when you go there. I mean, seriously, it's like an entirely different ice cream type of experience.
Their ice cream is like lower calorie, I think. Here are the four posts Ben & Jerry's said its parent company ordered for it not to publish. Ben & Jerry's filed a lawsuit against its parent company Unilever on Thursday. It claims that Unilever stopped it from making 4 public statements supporting Palestinians. Unilever rejects the claim, saying it would defend its case very strongly. Ben & Jerry's taken legal action against its parent company. Here are the posts from the lawsuit. December 2023, ceasefire call. Ben & Jerry's claims it told Unilever in December 2023 they planned on issuing a statement calling for peace and a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. At the time, Israel was several weeks into a sprawling invasion of Gaza, retaliation for the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas. Ben & Jerry's calls for peace and a permanent and immediate ceasefire, the statement read.
Ben & Jerry's is definitely legit, but you know what?
May 2020.
Somebody's gonna hate me for this, but I like the one that's the Tonight Show flavor.
Visas for refugees.
It's really good.
Ben & Jerry's tried to issue another statement in May 2024 through its social activism managers in Europe. This one called for legal immigration pathway to the UK for Palestinians fleeing the war in Gaza. Lawsuit.
I think it's with a Y.
Just like the UK did for Ukrainians,
S.
we asked for the government to urgently create a visa scheme allowing Palestinians to reunite safely with their loved ones in the UK. June 2024, supporting campus protests. Ben & Jerry said it intended to support pro-Palestinian college protesters in the U.S. by posting a public statement in June. It said the post would support their First Amendment rights, but the lawsuit did not include its text. In September, Ben & Jerry's sought to endorse Bernie Sanders' resolution calling for legislation blocking $20 billion in arms sales to Israel. We urge you to join us in calling on the Senate to pass their Sanders resolution and halt an additional $20 billion in military aid to Israel, the statement said. I like that people... My point is this, okay? People talk about how wokeism is dead, cancel culture is dead. We hate these identity politics. But if it's serving the interest of... If it's serving the interest of like reactionary goals, reactionary agendas, if it's serving the interest of like defending an apartheid state, defending a genocide, or silencing critics of a genocide in an apartheid state, then everybody loves it, okay? People use it, they love it, they don't even talk about it. It's really fucked up. Professor of Holocaust history Goldberg condemns all violence against Jews, but according to him, the riots in Amsterdam have nothing to do with the pogrom. The problem is the genocide in Gaza. You know what's really crazy? Remember the J Street poll that I showed you of American Jews and their opinion on ceasefire in Gaza and even denying arms transfers? American Jews overwhelmingly support that.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's what I thought.
Overwhelmingly. And there are Jews in the Netherlands that are protesting against Israel right now, and it still doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. It's crazy. It's like we are not listening to anybody on this issue. It's like people are of one mind. They're like, nope, doesn't matter.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Don't give a... It is anti-Semitic to claim that Jews are monolithic. It is anti-Semitic to claim that Jews all exclusively care about and defend Israel. Okay? And, you know, woke people do this as well. Woke people do this all the time. They also
no,
do this.
we're a monolith.
And you know who else does it?
Come
Even
on,
more
come on, Hasan. We're a monolith. We all think the same way. We all have the woke mind virus. Come on,
frequently anti-Semites.
The zombie.
This is why I never like when people try to do like 4chan memes where they say like Zionist occupied government or Zog or whatever. Like I don't let that slide in here at all. Because I also understand that there are, and I've said this time and time again, there are plenty of people, there are definitely a non-zero number of anti-Semitic people that have attached themselves to anti-Zionism. This is true. Okay? 100%. And if I catch you doing something like that, I ban you. It's that simple. And it's always been that way. I use it as an educational opportunity to explain to people why this is wrong thinking. But if you were to tell me like, oh, do you feel like you're maybe in the wrong? Do you feel like you're just wrong and the American State Department is right on this? Like, no, I don't. And the question, I guess, remains, which State Department? Because there are other organs of within the American State Department that also are in alignment with me. It's just at the tippy top, they do not care. This is one of the most like revealing aspects of being pro-Israel. Ben Shapiro, all the way back in 2015, after Ann Coulter said some horrific that is deeply anti-Semitic about Jewish people, Ben Shapiro tweeted, Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so I won't lose sleep. You can now report people for terrorism now on Twitch. What does that even mean on an internet platform? I don't know, but I do know what that is going to look like. Any sort of conversation, any sort of conversation that talks about like militancy, resistance groups, any sort of conversation that you could have under normal academic circumstances, okay, about how terror organizations are designated as terror organizations, what the political application and the practical application of the designation of terror looks like, okay? All of that stuff is now not allowed to be talked about. That's it. All of that stuff is, nope, can't do it, not allowed. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of that's the end game, though. Like that, they really just want to squash all dissension. They want to make sure that we all fall in line. The only thing that's, I feel like not being stated here is how we don't have to go to Twitch. Like, I mean, as much like fuck Kick, but like Blue Sky, like instead of Twitter, YouTube instead of Twitch. So it's like if one platform starts going in, tilting towards the right side and starts, squashing dissenters, then we always do have other platforms. But if they start squashing all of those, then it's blatantly obvious exactly what they're doing. But this really does kind of seem like, man, it's kind of scary. As I said, like for some reason, it's all hitting me like today. Like all of it, and this was part of it, but the ADPOKOLIPS, and then just kind of seeing like who was also being like targeted by the ADPOKOLIPS. Like it's definitely a real thing. I saw somebody where they were very open about their revenues, where they were just like, yeah, usually I pull in around averaging 200 to 300 a day, and it was like, whoa, dang, nice. But then he's like, yeah, I'm only averaging 15 a day now. It's just like, oh, and he didn't see any drop in viewership, none of that. So that's kind of crazy. Also, let's be real. If they're still running ads on his channel, that's totally taking advantage of him and cutting him out of his revenue share. So that's completely ridiculous, but alrighty. If you enjoyed that segment, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know what you think about Hasan's take on this, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. All right. Next segment. Gotta cover some bad empanada. Stopping on the way home for a double fudge brownie. Ooh, nice. I can tell you right now that I wasn't kidding about kind of like craving a little Ben and Jerry's now. Like, I could go for some ice cream, you know? It's a little windy. It's a little windy, but it's not like just like, it's not crappy enough or like cold enough for me not to want ice cream. So, although I'm one of those guys too, where it could literally be freezing. I'll put on a hoodie and then just be like, ice cream time, let's go. But, oh man, I just realized how much I like, I don't want to call it mush, but just essentially like, you give me a bowl with a spoon and like, so hot and it's soup, I'm happy. If it's cold and it's ice cream, I'm happy. Like, could you imagine if it's cold porridge though, and then it's like, this is sad ice cream. I don't want this. I'm trying to think. Have I ever actually had like a porridge? I don't think so. Oh man. Actually, you know what? Real quick before we go into this next segment, I just gotta tell you guys about what happened today. So I went for a dentist appointment, just normal teeth cleaning thing, right? And my dentist, he always does like the normal small talk BS, which I'm not a big fan of, especially when you're sitting in a chair just like, I'm gonna try to answer this question now. My dad is good. My dad is good. So he's asking me all, you know, these BS questions. And at one point, I just let it slip, where usually I would lie about something like this, especially like when I was, when they were asking like what I did. It's just like, oh, well, anything but YouTube or comedy or whatever. But I just said it. I'm like, yeah, I've been doing YouTube and really enjoying it. And he's just like, oh, what do you do on YouTube? And again, just with a little too much honesty, went news and politics. And I just should have seen this coming. I've always kind of had a vague feeling that my dentist was kind of a piece of shit. But he confirmed that today, where he asked me in the most, I guess you could say, professional way of, oh, which way do you lean? But then I don't know why I bring this out in people where they're just like, oh, well, I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel about this, you know, and that while I'm literally, I'm like in the middle of getting my teeth work done, and he's pontificating on Biden. And he's just like, hey, what do you think of that Biden crime family? You know, I think they got away with a lot. And honestly, we just need to give Trump a chance, because I have a feeling the economy is going to do real well. Did you see that the economy is already starting to rebound a little bit? And I was just sitting there like, oh, no, you're wrong. No. Like, dude, I went grocery shopping today, too, on my way home. Prices are back up for the same items that I grab, because like that's how I also can gauge this shit, is because I don't really change what I buy very often. I'm very consistent in what I buy, especially lately for stream. I like having RX bars. I like having those. If you don't know what those are, RX bars are like the greatest granola bars ever. I get the honey and peanut butter ones with a little bit of nuts on them. They're amazing. They're about this big, packed with protein. They're perfect. And then also, Gatorade has had like their own version of Pedialyte that actually tastes really good, and it just gives you that like boost of electrolytes that, as I say, a grown boy needs. But man, I'm telling you, like so 4 of those Gatorades used to cost me around $7.50, and that was just recently. I was just at where I shop, and it was $7.50. And then on top of that, my RX bars were $8.99. today, they're freaking marked at $9.49. And then the freaking same with the Gatorades. The Gatorades went up to $9.99. I was like, what the hell? And it had nothing to do with like the fact that I was buying them on sale or anything. So, yeah, man, I'm starting to think that we're getting screwed again. But back to my dentist, he starts specifically going on about how World War III is on the way because of Biden and what he did today. And then he, without missing a beat, goes, yeah, you should just give him Ukraine. And I want it, dude. If I didn't have like some sharp items in my mouth, I probably would have just been, I'm out. Like, no, we're not doing this. Like, screw you, dude. And this sucks because the dude's been my dentist for 20 years. So it's just like, oh, damn it, man. And I don't feel like finding a new one, especially because like the actual like work is good. See, looking good. Yeah, just wanted to share that because that was definitely a little bit wild. Oh, man. And then I also had to go get some, what do you call it? Cosmetic work. I had a facial. Whatever. I admit it. My wife works at a salon and I get good deals on facials and they feel good. So, Jay Sands, will Russia nuke? You know what? Today, had you asked me that yesterday, I would actually probably just be like, probably not, you know, that whole thing that we've been talking about since the 80s, but not after today, man. That surprised me because they just said it. That's the ultimate escalation. And dude, that was buried in number 3 in my news feed, which the third news story, nobody ever reads. Like, first 2, fine. Third one, everybody forgets. And I'm telling you, man, yeah, that one, a little, yeah. I was kind of just saying this. I might be, like, tilting towards the doomer stuff. We'll see, because also, man, when Trump said he was going to retaliate against blue states, that's also terrifying. Because he was actively provoking blue states and saying that he's going to send the military in, which, real quick, I'm not sure if you guys know that there is an actual constitutional amendment that makes it so the military cannot be deployed on domestic lands, you know, specifically with the idea of policing our streets. I think it's something protectiva. Oh my god, what is it? It is Latin. Crap. Power keeps military. Yes, I'm just using my phone for this right now, because why not? Posse comitatus. It's there we go. See, I'm not a lawyer, but I did know that there is a specific, posse comitatus makes it so they cannot deploy the National Guard to police us. So if he breaks posse comitatus, that would be insane. Jay Sands, he said that he would try, but if you know anything about like local police departments, they're already kind of got their hands tied. So it's also this idea that, like, how are you going to differentiate between the criminals and the, you know, the good ones? And then he's saying, screw it. Because there was a specific question that was asked today where they were just asking if in the case you have two parents and this was a real thing. They did the person being asked the question didn't know that there was an actual family standing behind her that was like who she was talking about. The mother was from Colombia. The father was from Peru. His mother had already been deported when he was a child. And he had some protection statuses because of his age. And now he still does not have legal protected status after all this time. And they now have 2 children who are legal citizens. So when they asked, what will happen if they are taken because they don't have any family here, will they just be put into a system? And then without missing a beat and just the callous way that he said it, he's just like, we're looking into the way we can just deport the whole family. It's like, holy crap. Now, I'm not sure if you guys understand that when they deport somebody, they seize their assets. So they don't have anything to come back to. It's not like when you deport somebody, they just give you a check for everything that you have, and it's worth. No, it is one of the most cruel and unusual things that you can do to a person. And honestly, it's kind of crazy that people are so comfortable with saying that they are totally comfortable with this, but then you got these corny ass balding white motherfuckers that are like in their 60s that they always do it where it's just like, hey, what, que paso? It's just like, come on, man. Don't even. Like, how dare you? Especially when you're like, oh, but he's one of the good ones. But then if he were to be taken away, he'd just be like, you know what? It's just so fucking ridiculous. And honestly, like, that shit gets me really riled up. I've always been kind of riled up about, like, the immigration policy in the United States because I've always thought it was trash. I also find that people's blatant just misunderstanding of how our immigration system works is insane. Like the fact that so many people in 2016 thought, yeah, let's build that wall. That'll stop it. Instead of actually looking at what every Democrat was saying, where we're just like, you do realize that they come through legal ports of entry and just overstay visas, right? What? But wall, I can see. Wall make me feel good. Wall make me feel better than brown person is how I keep. How else am I supposed to interpret this? But then you meet the ones that are just like, I call them the door slammers, where it's the ones that the second that they get protection status or they get hired on somewhere or they have it better, immediately slam that door shut and just go, nope, I'm here, fuck you. Yeah, that shit. That shit really pisses me off. Sorry. I think that I swore a little bit too much. Either that or I just caught a Trumper in my views. Real quick, if you are in the chat, sound off if you have not already, just to say hello. Also, leave a like on the stream. I really appreciate it because that helps me out immensely. Trying to cut back on how much I remind people, but I also have to remind you all a bit smaller than your average YouTuber, so I do have to do a little bit more beggy stuff. Oh, real quick. Fire Fist had a recommendation, and you know what? Screw it. I'll just pop it up here. Yeah, see, this is why. This is why it happened the way that it did. What the hell? Fucking bang! All right, sorry guys. You didn't just see what just happened. I went to go look something up because Fire Fist is awesome, and he pointed out that the FIFA World Cup poster for 2026 is incredible here. Cup 2026 poster. It might not be an official poster. I think that's why Bing is doing this, but here, check this out. This is Bing, and honestly, don't even get me started because I have tried to make my default browser, like with every fiber of my being, be Google. It will not let me do it. So let's do this. Bypass and just go to Google. Because fuck you. I will use Bing to go to Google. the hell? No, it really is just... Oh my god. I wish somebody would have just sent me a link to it. Here. I'll just bury the lead with it. There we go. Of course, I just have... Oh, shopping. Not shopping. There we go. And of course, I get the worst... Oh my god. Oh my god. And I probably shouldn't have clicked that. Alright, here we go. So, if you guys can see it, alright. This is awesome because it's Wukong and Goku, which, if you guys don't know, it is the hero's journey, which DBZ is based off of, and that is also what Wukong is based off of. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, because that was awesome. But, next segment, so let's start it off up here. Also, guys, co-host. This is my co-host. Hey, man. Alright. Look at it's a foxhound. Well, we think he's a foxhound. We're like 80% sure that he's a foxhound. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. Okay. Oh, jeez. It's really wants some attention. Except for now, he's going in the trash can. Let's not do that. All right. So, next segment. You gonna go potty? Here, you know what? I'll just let you wander around. All right, so we got Bad Empanada. Apparently, there is some updated drama going on with between him and Ethan Klein. So I just wanted to check that out real quick. But here, just give me 1 second. I'll let him out of here. Oh, jeez. Okay. Thank you, Bloodstone. He is a very cute co-host. He just woke up from his nap and he was just like, can I please go upstairs? I gotta go stretch. Best type of co-host is an animal, so. All right. For Gondor, if you're new to the stream, I shout for Gondor, and then we go into a new segment. Also, if you are new to the stream, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Bloodstone by Stars, welcome to the chat, by the way. And also, I do really appreciate you calling my dog cute. I almost, I think I feel better when people give my animals compliments than when I even get compliments. I'm just like, they are so cute, right? They're so cute. I love them. Best. All right. For Gondor. All right, so I got an update for the Ethan Klein Bad Empanada situation because Bad Empanada is one of those guys who really enjoys tackling online YouTube drama, which that's kind of how I even knew about him just passively, was from guys like Vosh and Destiny and Xanderhall. They would all kind of talk about Bad Empanada, but it was always in passing, and it was always not good. It was always just yeah, did you see what Bad Empanada said about me? Yeah, he's kind of a piece of POS. But honestly, he did a pretty good piece. I covered it on stream yesterday. it was a two-parter where he did a pretty deep, like good deep dive into the Ethan Klein Hasan stuff, where I'm trying not to call that drama because it really is important, where it's a fallout. Let's just say it's a fallout. But he brought up some really good points, specifically about like Ethan being a little obsessed with Hasan. And, you know, it's one thing to talk about like the drama and to kind of elaborate on it, but then it's another thing to make it your whole show, to the point where your own co-hosts are just kind of, you know, they're kind of falling out of it, where they're even that, like his wife was starting to kind of be like, hey, maybe let's not. So it has been kind of interesting to just see, you know, who's taking what side. And yeah, it was also kind of interesting to see how Bad Empanada did put together I want to call it like an essay, but I guess it is an essay. It's a two-part essay where he really did a good job covering Hasan's take on it, then Ethan's response to it, and then I at the end of the video brought up Ethan's latest video, which really, after watching Bad Empanada's coverage of it, it's like you don't even need to listen to what he's saying. You're just paying attention to his mannerisms and just how often he says Hasan, and you're just like, okay, like, wow, this is sounding obsessive. So, but also I'm not in total agreement with Hasan either. I think that I don't know who that guy that was in Ethan's video where Hasan was talking about Nasrallah. But yeah, I thought he was a little off on that. But other than that, actually, like talking about like Ethan, talking about their disagreements even, you know, it is kind of weird to watch just how Ethan kind of pushed it, where he was like, he kept like pushing the anti-Semitism card, and I don't want to, yeah, okay. He kept pushing the narrative, the anti-Semitism narrative, that Hasan was somehow being, you know, more and more anti-Semitic. But then he couldn't provide receipts, you know, and then there was a really telling situation where he was talking about this on H3. It was the one where his co-hosts were getting kind of sick of it. And he was scouring Destiny's subreddit to try and find dirt on something that he claimed Hasan said, but he didn't actually say. So I don't know, man. That is kind of telling for Ethan's side of things. But with Bad Empanada, he did go after him personally. He at one point brought up a photo in a tweet calling Bad Empanada out. It was not exactly a flattering photo. He was insinuating that he was a PDF file, and also, you know, possibly a terrorist sympathizer of sorts. So yeah, it was definitely, you know, coded. But at the same time, the tweet was the most important part, because he didn't vet the tweet. He took it at face value because it was, in fact, a fake tweet that was photoshopped. So I'm wondering if Ethan is going to walk that one back. But before he does that, let's take a look at what Bad Empanada's update is.
Let us speak about Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is a man who called for a terrorist attack on the National Rifle Association. Ethan Klein, someone who dares to post clearly fake screenshots to defame me as a pedophile.
Oh, this is literally a he said situation now.
In an attempt, make no mistake, defaming someone as a
drama.
pedophile, especially when you have millions of subscribers as he does, can only be taken as an earnest attempt to get them killed. Everyone knows what happens when you do that. Everyone knows that when you do that, you're inciting the sort of people who make like YouTube pedophile hunt content to go after that person. Here is Ethan Klein calling to bomb the NRA, calling for a terrorist attack.
So there was a big protest outside the NRA meeting, which was good.
Not on like a fake impersonator Twitter account or like a fake screenshot made by a right-wing Zionist organized harassment organization. No, on his actual YouTube. Yeah. He said this.
Wow. So there was a big protest outside the NRA meeting, which was good. Do we have any insight into what they're actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas? Someone should bomb that building.
This is the guy who pretends to be offended at fucking 9/11 joke.
Okay, so this is the thing. This is now just drama because now he's scouring all of Ethan's previous stuff for things like this and taking the most extreme jokes. Like, dude, these are jokes. This shit right here is why people look at like Bad Empanada and people on the left where they literally pick apart everybody's language. They pick apart everybody's tweets. They pick apart comedy sets. I've seen them do this with comedy sets. And then they sit there just being like, oh, how dare they even think that this is funny? How dare they? I am the arbiter of comedy. I am the one who knows what is funny and what is not.
This guy, rather than attempting to refute me on the merits of my responses to him, on the actual arguments, on the facts, would then like try to play like the good guy and attack me because according to him, I posted 9/11 joke tweets is the funniest thing in the world.
But that's fair game, though. I hate to say that's fair game because if you're doing this, like this is the dangers of tit for tat BS, where it's just like, guys, if you're consistent in your positions too, then you're not like one of you is going to stop short of just being like, well, I'm not going to go and search this guy's Twitter just to fucking prove, how much of a POS he is. But it seems like both of these guys are a little bit reactionary.
Bro, this guy has been making videos where he calls for terrorist attacks, where he sexually harasses people, where he just outright talks about like pedophilia like it's a joke for years and years and years and years. You're trying.
So there are dead baby jokes can never be funny, I guess. Like, and I know that's like the I'm sorry, like to take it to there, but that's literally, I remember when we were like in middle school, and that was kind of like the edgy thing to do was the dead baby jokes. But that's the thing, you just know they're jokes. Like, and that's the thing, you're trying to, like, at some point you're trying to just be the most edgy in the room. Like, I'm not okay with. This type of language policing, not okay with.
Angle, do you know who you are? You're a guy who is like such a depraved.
Yeah, right now, this is where I'm starting to turn a little on Bad Empanada and understand exactly why Vosh and people were annoyed by him, because it literally is like, he can have good opinions about the Hasan stuff. He can do good think pieces even and put it like all this evidence together, all these videos together, all these compilations together, but then do shit like this, where it's like, dude, you're getting angry about him making jokes. Privately is a little too far, but he's making jokes on his show, which is not political. He's not trying to cater to anybody on the leftist like side of things. So the people that you're trying to work up, to go into his comments or just say, "How dare you? You have no sense of humor." I'm sorry, they're kind of humorless themselves at that point.
So that if I search Ethan Klein N-word compilation, I guarantee you it will show up. Ethan Klein N-word compilation. The racist, sexist, and slanderous hypocrisy of H3 Productions. I'd gladly click this to show him saying it, but I also don't want to have someone saying the fucking N-word on my stream, so I won't. You have N-word
come on.
compilations of
what?
You. That's not all.
Some
Do you know that the worst
Empanada
thing that Ethan Klein has done out of all the terrible things that he's done is... Do you guys remember the Boston bombing? This was a terrorist attack in the USA. I believe it was 2014. This was like an ISIS terrorist attack on a marathon. 2013. 15 April 2013. Okay. Do you know what Ethan Klein said about one of the victims of this attack? A female victim of this attack? Should we watch a video and find out? I think we should. Ethan Klein thinks that this has been deleted from the internet. But unlike him,
Does he?
I don't need obviously fake screenshots to smear him. I can just let him speak. This is shit that...
Yeah, but where'd you find this if he thought it was deleted from the internet? Man, you went hard. See, you're just as obsessed. Wait a minute. For how obsessed he was calling Ethan, look at him.
Hasan would never dare to post. Would never dare to show.
Hey guys. Thanks for joining me on Edgy Material Warning number 3.
Edgy material right away. He even gave an edgy material warning.
Edgy material here, and watch your hands because you're gonna get cut up on this one here, guys.
This is someone who wrote this on her abdomen because she was a victim of a terrorist attack.
You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is interesting and very deep and poetic. But what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down. Boom. That's some good camel toe, girl.
Honestly, can I even watch this?
Fuck.
Can I, like, how was this ever allowed on YouTube? The thing is, we're only 1/8 through the video. How much worse can this get?
I'm getting the vapors. Guys, I'm too offended. I'm too offended. I need to sign off.
Tila filming this? Oh my god.
Yeah, nothing like making a political statement like showing off that camel hoof, girl. Yeah.
So, just to show you, to confirm 100% that he was making fun of a victim of a terrorist attack, incredible portraits of Boston Marathon survivors with messages of hope and healing to the world. This is a picture of Sydney Corcoran, who was a victim of the attack. You can literally see her scars on her legs. That's where the picture is from. And this fucking guy has the gall to post fake tweets accusing others of pedophilia. This fucking guy.
This guy would have never survived the 90s. Never.
With this sort of shit.
Never.
All over his content. Honestly, do I need to watch the rest of it? I really...
God, could you imagine, like, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with, like, old Howard Stern stuff or Opie and Anthony from, terrestrial radio or Sirius XM, but holy crap, this guy, like, legit...
He would rather not. This is already fucking gross enough.
Outrageous.
It's gross enough that he filmed this. He would ever think to film this. And fucking gross enough that Healer, I would assume it's Healer, filmed it and didn't see anything wrong with it. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Holy fuck. That's more than enough of that. Yeah, he was like 32 years old in that video. He doesn't have any fucking excuse. Not that being younger would be an excuse for that. This fucking guy has the gall to pretend to be offended at 9/11 jokes and spread fucking fake screenshots made by Zionist organizations accusing others of pedophilia. Absolutely unbelievable. Like, these people pretend to be outraged, for example, at the narrative of Hamas mass rape being denied on October 7th, something of which there is no evidence at all. When he has literal videos of him mocking victims of terrorism and sexually harassing them, zooming in on their fucking body parts. She was an 18-year-old girl. So that means when the attack happened, she was like 17. That's unbelievable. Ethan, I know you watch this. You watch all my shit. You've been seething over for fucking like a...
Well, I mean, you could say the same about you. I mean, this guy's gone... Like, this guy had to go through so much Ethan content just to get to that tweet.
More than a month now. You're just sitting there like the pathetic little goblin, Ozempic goblin that you are. Ozempic Hitler. Desperate for literally anything on me rather than actually...
That's also kind of a shitty low blow, because, like, that's... I mean, if we're going to apply his own standards to comedy, low blow, dude. That's, you're fat phobic. You're a fat phobic piece of shit. Yeah, that's right there. We have evidence that Bad Empanada is a fat phobic piece of shit.
Actually responding to the points in my videos. And the best that you had is that Hasan watched one of my videos on your new best friend, Destiny. A video that you, of course, could not actually respond to on the mirror.
Wow, these guys are parasocial as fuck with each other.
And had to literally bust out the fake fucking screenshots. Let this be a
you would have a Samsung.
warning to anyone thinking about taking Ozempic. It has real side effects. Oh wait, no it doesn't. He was always like this. Sorry, whoops, it's not the drug. He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. I'm sorry. That actually did what I... At the beginning of the video, I kind of called it. I was kind of like, oh no, like, I don't like his standards. All right. Well, yep, that was Bad Empanada. Go figure. Like, showing his true colors, I guess. I mean, now I kind of have more of a full understanding of just what kind of content he does, so... But if you, if you enjoyed that video, check out my my stream from yesterday. I had his two-parter on there. I was gonna cut it up and release it, but I had to do Hasan and Ethan's part first, so I put that out as well. So if you enjoyed this part of the segment, leave a like and leave a comment. Let me know exactly what you thought, and yeah, leave a sub on the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. I am not going anywhere. For all my to the new viewers, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Join the chat if you guys want to have some fun. Gonna read some of the chats and then I gotta go let my dog back in. What do you think of the Dr. Oz appointment? Jay Sands, did that happen? Cute co-host. Yeah, I already read that one. Bloodstone by Stars. Pets are the best. I want some cats, but some hamsters or rats would also be good. Rats, yeah, they're actually really, they're sweet. I had to get over like that little initial fear thing of their little, tiny little furless fingers. I had ferrets though. I had 4 ferrets technically, but only 2 at a time. They're stinky though, and they get into mischief, like hardcore mischief. Like my one, he put a hole in the couch about like this big, and yeah, he made it. It's like he burrowed the couch where like it was completely almost gutted out, kind of like an ant farm. It was funny because we took the back off and we saw it. We were like, holy crap. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to find something very quick. Here we go.
President-elect Donald.
We are going to watch this quick news report. I gotta grab my dog, so...
Donald Trump naming former Wisconsin Congressman Sean Duffy as his nominee for Transportation Secretary. Duffy served in the House for 9 years, left Congress in 2019, and is now the co-host of The Bottom Line on Fox Business. So far, Duffy is the second Fox host selected for Trump's cabinet. Last week, Trump announced Fox News host Pete Hegseth as his pick for Defense Secretary. As Trump continues to make these cabinet announcements, we are learning more about his strategy for mass deportations. Trump confirming on social media that he plans to declare a national emergency and deploy military assets to address the crisis. He appears to envision a large support role for the Department of Defense.
We're hoping DOD will help us with air flights because there's a limited number of planes ICE has contracts with, so DOD can certainly help with air flights all across the globe.
Democrats have said that allowing the use of the military on U.S. soil would violate federal law. Many sanctuary states and local leaders plan to oppose mass deportation efforts. In our state, the Keep Washington Working Act prevents local officials from working with ICE.
And
all right. Sorry about that. My dog is back inside. Oh, man. What is that? Thank you, Ethan video. All right. Ferrets are great. I watch private software ferret streams sometimes. They're so cute. Yeah. As I said, they're a lot. You have to have a level of commitment to them because as much as some people like to keep them in cages, that's hard, man. It is very hard. Here, let's check
Greetings. I am the true leader of the YouTube channel that viewers know as Bad Empanada. We at the Bad Empanada Foreign Influence Operation would like to thank Ethan Klein for his help in bringing our operation to prominence. We have long been working to destroy American values, and thanks to his recent actions, our efforts are finally bearing real fruit. As he loses viewers and subscribers, we gain them at an exponential rate, higher than ever before.
This shit,
Each
man.
viewer he loses is one less viewer.
What the fuck? This... Okay, now I get it. Now, like, I'm sorry. I was saying it before, but now I really understand why, like, other streamers don't like Bad Empanada. This stuff is catty as fuck. Like, what? Why does this matter?
Of American propaganda. Each viewer we gain is one more exposed to propaganda. A sleeper agent ready to act on our signal on a moment's notice. The work that Ethan Klein has done recently to help bring down America.
Hey guys, he's doing this as a comedy bit. This isn't and this isn't just me being like, this is objectively just not funny. No, from a comedy standpoint, I'm trying to, it's like, where's the punchline?
Israel has been exemplary, and we thank him greatly. So much so that we even wrote a song for him.
Oh,
Those of
God.
us at sincerely hope you enjoy this tune while you wait to hear us utter the code word that will spur you into taking action for our purposes against your will.
At the risk of Bad Empanada for some reason turning his copyright on that, that's not anything with music I'm a little sussed out by. So, except for my music, because I have done the proper, I've gone through the proper channels to make sure that I will not get flagged for this stuff. So, all right. Hey, we got some new viewers. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you guys stopping in. And just like that, they're gone. What the fuck? I love when that happens, where it's just like, I get excited. I see that, you know, at least 2 people pop up. I'm just like, hey! I guess that's literally, like, are you ashamed? Or is that something that's going on there? Let me, prepare for my next segment here. You guys have seen the Scaredy Bear, but got another thing here. More than likely, this will set me up for the rest of the night. Hey, Axel Baker, welcome. Hey, appreciate you checking in. Just real quick, if you guys are new to the stream, can you just let me know how you found me? Because I'm trying to kind of get a little consensus of how my stuff is getting out there. Because I've been shocked. More than a few viewers have told me that I was at the top of their view page. I was like, what? So, yeah, pet streams. I kind of wish my dog would have come back down. He was laying on the nice cold floor upstairs. He seemed, you know, rather content. But yeah, no, I'm dead serious. Let me know how you found the stream if you can, because I would appreciate that. And also, you know what, Jay Sands, I'm not sure if you're still here, but you did mention something about Dr. Oz. Oh my god. Shit. I didn't want that to be real. Oh no. Trump taps Dr. Oz to run Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Dude. Yeah, I've actually been having more than one conversation about RFK, and people have a little hope that he's going to do a good job. Listen, if he doesn't do like a unilateral ban on like being able to get vaccinations, which a lot of leftist content creators are just going for it and saying that's exactly what's going to happen. I have one friend that, no joke, is going in for all of their vaccinations as much, like they're getting as much as they possibly can before January. So let's see how that goes. That'll be interesting. I mean, I've gotten the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine at the same time and knocked me in my ass. So, God, we don't even need to read this. Just Matt Gaetz, Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard. Like, God, is anybody more annoying in politics than fucking Tulsi? Joe Rogan, I swear to God, he really did such a number on us where there's so many like early leftists about my age that are still like, yeah, you know what? Tulsi's not all that bad. Aloha. Oh, man. Okay. We're going into our next segment. Not that. Not that. Not that. This. All right. God. Now, let's hope that they don't try to flag this, because for some reason TYT has been a little touchy with their content lately. So, but all right, a little bit of background on this one. One of my favorite comedians has always been Bill Burr. So seeing him go on any podcast and just kind of rip into idiots and Trump supporters or anybody of the day has been really nice, because he really does kind of speak for like I want to say the everyman. You know, as much as some of you might disagree with him, he is kind of like, he is speaking for what most normies think about as far as like the economy and just even the funny shit where it's just like, yeah, we've all kind of had those thoughts. But yeah, he's been definitely doubling down more on his politics. I know that when his wife, she had a bit of a controversy where she did the double guns to Donald Trump at a UFC event and got filmed doing it. And then somebody had asked Donald Trump about it, and they just they started attacking him. So I was kind of like, oh wow. And then Bill went it was on Ariel Helwani. It was the show that he went on where he was just like, yeah, did you guys hear about this? Like Donald Trump. What the hell? He's calling me out now. That has to be funny. But yeah, apparently Bill went on a long diatribe about just idiots and the whole, you know, Trump winning situation. So let's take a look.
Would you rather have the black president or the white president?
President-elect Donald Trump, everybody. Meanwhile.
Also, I really like TYT sports coverage. They have probably the best coverage on their entire network.
People in Hollywood think that you just put a BLM sign in the window and that means, you know, you're like a saint. And it's like, you haven't done anything. Mm-hmm. What you basically did was appeased your sense of responsibility. What are you talking about? I put a sign in the window. I'm on the right side of history. Or my favorite one was white people marching in BLM marches, filming themselves. Or Instagram, like,
sorry,
look
that
what
is
a great
funny.
person I am. So it's just like, I don't know. Human beings are interesting.
On the topic of race and political movements.
Oh, that was on the Breakfast
Bill
Club.
Burr has a thought or two.
All right, we're going to create a new banner. This is a Jum Doc alert.
But of course, that's not all when it comes to mainstream media.
You want to, when you're literally the fucking cheerleader, like, of all the dumb jocks, you want to talk about dumb jock alert? That's literally who's running our fucking country right now. It's all these idiots who wanted to be Abercrombie models, or these idiots that wanted to be fucking stockbrokers when they were 19, or like the kid that was, you know, in his first econ class going, I'm gonna be a landlord.
Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about the war. But in many cases, they lost the plot. The fear among Jews in this country is palpable.
You want to talk about losing the plot? Dana Bash lately. Holy shit.
right now. Protesting the way the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable, and it is happening way too much right now, harkening back to the 1930s in Europe, and I do not say that lightly.
Burr has a straight and to the point approach.
It makes my blood boil when I walk into a house with people I know, and if they're watching CNN or Fox, like I can't get past like when people watch like the Kardashians, it's like, why would you do that to your brain?
Judge Moore has also said that he doesn't think a Muslim member of Congress should be allowed to be in Congress. Why? Under what provision of the Constitution?
Because you have to swear on the Bible. When you are before, I had to do it. I'm an elected official, 3 terms. I had to swear on the Bible.
That was your choice. No. And I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of people that are constantly trying to rewrite history, that this has been a Christian nation and is a Christian nation. Do not buy in to their bullshit. I was taught this. I was taught this at not just like a scholastic level. I was taught this at like a fundamental level, to the point where I used to fight back so hard against it with my secular friends, where I would just be like, no, guys, like you're the ones who removed Christ,
Bible.
You're the ones who took out Christ from Christmas.
You have to swear on a Bible to be an elected official in the United States of America.
This guy's an idiot.
He alleges that a Muslim cannot do that ethically, swearing on the Bible.
You don't actually have to swear on a Christian Bible. You can swear on anything, really. I don't know if you knew that. You can swear on a Jewish Bible.
Oh, no, I swore on the Bible. I've done it 3 times.
Oh, no, I swore on the Bible because when they ask me what I am, I'm a Christian. I'm a good Christian.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've picked a Bible, but the law is not that you have to swear on a Christian Bible.
Idiot.
That is not the law. You don't know that? All right, Ted Crockett with
I don't know.
Dude, that wasn't a pause in the feed.
I know that Donald Trump did it when we made him president.
Because he's Christian and he picked it. That's what he wanted to swear in on.
Oh yeah, and on the know-it-alls who are elected officials.
I'm so sick of one of the number one ways you know that you're a idiot is that you think you know. That is just the number one thing. Like the confidence that mouth-breathing morons have.
Yep.
The confidence is astounding. It's limitless.
And that's part of the problem, because they try to bombard you with that, where they're just like, well, look how confident I am in my argument. It's like, yeah, that's not the blueprint for a winning argument. That just means that you're an idiot who is convinced that this is true. You believe yourself.
They'll criticize NASA.
Burr has a spot-on take as well.
He may disavow them all he likes, but Donald Trump's allure to racist is rearing its ugly head, and David Duke is one of Donald Trump's biggest and least welcomed fans in Louisiana. Duke is barely getting 5% in the polls, but it was enough to get him on a debate stage and voice his admiration for Donald Trump.
I will be Donald Trump's most loyal advocate to make sure his nominees go to the Supreme Court.
It's been an ongoing problem for Trump, stumbling over questions on how to handle support from known racists.
Well, just so you understand, I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists. So I don't know. I know nothing about David Duke. I know nothing about white supremacists.
This is why instead of calling Trump out personally, you start calling out everybody around him that put him into that position.
And so you're asking me a question that I'm supposed to be talking about.
Because he can feign ignorance and just be like, I don't know. I'm not the one who really talked to him. And even when I talked to him, somebody introduced me to him.
People that I know nothing about.
Even if you don't know about their endorsement, there are these groups and individuals endorsing you. Would you just say unequivocally you condemn them and you don't want their support?
Well, I have to look at the group.
Another terrible moment, on top of many that voters just allowed to go by the wayside. Burr sees another approach on the subject.
So one of the things I've been kind of having fun with in the red states is talking about the Klan And now there's all this stuff you can't do anymore, but you can still join that group. But I go, that's a great example of white privilege. That you can still join a terrorist organization as a white person, and it's protected under this freedom of speech. That's one of the most fun things about doing stand-up, is going to a place like that and doing some stuff like that and getting them to hear it.
Essentially trolling conservatives in deep red states with his humor. A welcoming message overall.
Chloe Feynman was the one. Imagine. I was the one. I got cried.
How people find this show and this guy funny is beyond us. However,
yeah, I do find it weird that how much trouble you can get in for a joke, but you can just have like this unstoppable, insatiable greed. Just the whole concept of a corporation that every quarter you have to make more money or else you're a failure. I don't understand like how these.
Well, look at the way that we're billing movies now, where if they don't make their budget back in the first weekend, they're considered complete failures. Where back in, like, it wasn't even that long ago where you would at least wait for its time in theaters to even report on its revenue. Not anymore. They report on the first weekend, and it's specifically to like make Hollywood kind of this entity where it's just like, no, we have to push this into our next investment because they want to write that movie off as quickly as possible. They're doing that with that new one, Red One. It's a Christmas movie that has released before Thanksgiving, and they're already writing it off.
CEOs can just give themselves bonuses. It's like, is that just like legalized stealing from the company? And some other shareholders always seem to have a problem when they're doing something that would be for the common man. But at the end of the year, when they write out bonuses, for some reason the shareholders have no problem that they took all of these profits and put a bunch of it in their own pocket so they could go buy another house. For some reason, that goes under the radar.
Burr does the impossible here, showing how people being offended at jokes is meaningless when they let robber barons like the top.
Well, it's because they half of them are the robber barons. Half of these people that laugh at this shit are 60-something-year-olds who realistically do like look down on us and think that we don't work hard enough, that we're just complaining, that we have all the opportunities in the world to get exactly what they did. And honestly, we just need to just work harder. It's the avocado toast and fucking less coffee fucking bullshit. But then these assholes are on to buying their third vacation property, and it's usually on the backs of us.
Rob from them each and every year. It's a full circle moment
of national attention. And in case we have forgotten, because we keep hearing that 2014 has been the warmest year on record, I asked the chair, you know what this is? It's a snowball, and that's just from outside here. So it's very, very cold out, very unseasonal. So here, Mr. President, catch this.
I hate these idiots. And the fact that they're the ones that are just like, yeah, we need to defund the Department of Education. And then they also go and wax poetic about how our children are being failed by our institutions.
The elected official.
I can't tell you how glad I am that I've decided not to have children. Like that's how I'm dealing with this. I'm just not having kids.
3 years.
No, I just miss old school politicians. And
before somebody makes a smart comment, I do have that choice. We have talked about this.
Gave you a speech, gave you some hope, as opposed to now I don't know what we have. There's literally actors out here talking how they want to run for president. It strikes me as hilarious. It's like, you got this great life, you're making 10, 20 million a movie, and you want to get a job where you're going to have like dead babies on your fucking conscience. Dude. Because the bombs don't always land on the bad guys. And you're going to age like 40 years and you're like, what the would you ever want that job for is beyond me.
Burr says he misses it while proving how devilishly evil they were.
One reason they don't get exposed is because they're afraid to speak out, because it's the only religion that acts like the mafia that will fucking kill you if you say the wrong thing, draw the wrong picture, or write the wrong book.
I've always had that, like, about the like the way that they responded to the French artist, where if you guys don't remember that, look up the Charlie Hebdo situation. That's kind of where I do have like my stance on religious fundamentalism. Okay, it's not just Islamic fundamentalism. I have a problem with all fundamentalist views, specifically from religions. Like, religion, in my opinion, has not done nearly the amount of good that in comparative to the bad, and how many people have died. So,
oh yeah, and on this guy,
well, let me ask you a question. How is war still legal? With all this that's been canceled,
legal.
Why is that still legal?
Would you like a real answer to that? Because for something to be illegal, you have to have the capacity to enforce it, and you can't enforce against war, or else you have to go to war with the country that's going to war. And we don't want to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. What would be the sense of making it illegal? Oh, that's really going to stop Putin. No. To stop people from going to war, you have to also put boots.
You can't sit down and talk it out.
Yeah, talk it out.
Why can't Putin
exactly.
do a podcast with the head guy? Like, you just solved the Middle East on a podcast. Why can't they solve what they're doing on a podcast?
See, this is why this is not your thing.
Make some hard-nosed decisions. It's not your thing. It's what you...
It is my thing.
It isn't your thing.
This is not your thing.
You're like that guy that has a fantasy football team and thinks he's a GM.
No.
I disagree with you, Paul.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Like, why am I listening to you like...
Killing somebody for free speech, I think that you should have a problem with that. See, the fact that you guys want to... See, I'm actually going to push back against this one. Because I hate that shit. You guys can sit there and be like, oh, well, they deliberately provoked it. Even though if this happened to any left-winger or any left-wing publication, you'd be screaming about it. You would just be like, oh, look at how they're trying to silence us. That is inconsistency, and I fucking hate that shit, dude. Like, ooh... If you're like, I'm a free speech absolutist, so if you don't like it, then
done something.
So Paul, you think that we burned the flag, then we should go to jail too?
What have you done in Washington? Nothing.
Burr does what Kate.
Well, you are in a YouTube chat. I consider you a representative of more than just the few people in here.
Reporter and more.
Plus, I would say, like, you seem pretty confident in your view.
More should do. Throw it right back in his face.
You're right, Paul.
Hey, I appreciate you watching. Now, if you can, please do become a channel member by going to youtube.com/TYTsports and clicking the join button.
Yes, they were free to say it. But the fact that you're arguing that the other people were free to kill them because they said it is where I'm telling you, you're kind of a piece of shit. Like, seriously, man. Duke of Bread. Yeah, you missed the Bill Burr segment. And this wonderful human being, Paul, in my chat, who thinks that it's perfectly okay to kill somebody because you disagree with... let me read your... Charlie Hebdo is a hate rag that deliberately provoked people and got what they were asking for, W. Yeah. So, how else do you want that to... how else should I take that, Paul? Really? I said mourning them is like mourning... You didn't say that, though. Literally. Go back to... You can read through my chat logs. Like... Here, your first chat. Charlie Hebdo is a hate rag that deliberately provoked people and got what they were asking for. Disagree all day. Don't you guys me. No, I wouldn't. You say okay. Deliberately provoked people and got what they were asking for. Really? Really? I am reading it, you dipshit. See? Hey, guys, you know those idiots that Bill Burr was referring to in that video? We got one right here. This is one right here. This is the type of fundamentalist shit that I was talking about. What they were asking for and deserved. What's okay? What's the difference, Paul? What's the minute difference here that you're trying to mince words instead of just admitting that they deliberate? Oh yes, they were asking to have their cartoonists murdered over a depiction of the Prophet Muhammad. Yes, yes, because it's perfectly okay. What? Dude, I'm just reading your shit back to you. So you're disagreeing with yourself. So, I mean, hey, I'm glad you're here, man. Fun. But yeah, Duke, honestly, you didn't miss much, especially with this idiot. Sorry, Paul. I only think you're an idiot in the context of talking about this Charlie Hebdo thing. You're right. I don't know you. You just popped into my chat, and your very first comment was essentially saying that, not that they deserved it, but they got what they were asking for. But then you ended up, the W. I mean, did I miss that W means win? Islamophobia bullshit. No, dude. No. Because if you're going to take that full thing where you're just, or that full opinion where any criticism is then by merit Islamophobia, you're doing the thing that Bibi Netanyahu's doing about the whole, anti-Semitism thing. Like, anytime you criticize anything that the IDF is doing, that's anti-Semitism. You see how that works? What is the utility in defending a killing? I am not familiar with this incident. Duke of Bread, look up just Google Charlie Hebdo incident. Yeah, it's one of the more like blatant examples of Islamic terrorism and like the caliphate, like what the caliphate calls for specifically in regards to not depicting the Prophet Muhammad. They raided the offices of Charlie Hebdo and killed a few of their journalists specifically because they didn't agree with the way, that they were conducting their free speech. So, what should I Google to read about what y'all are talking about? Charlie Hebdo, Hebdo. Or you can look up French cartoonist Islamic attack. Because, yeah. And no, Paul, I'm sorry. Like, that... No. At least I'm consistent in my positions of saying, no, fundamentalism in religion sucks. And no, it's not Islamic. It's not Islamophobic. Islamophobia is saying that, oh, I think their book is bullshit, and I think that I'm afraid of all of them, and they have scary names. That's Islamophobia. That's a dumb version of Islamophobia. Go and study Charlie Hebdo. I'm not defending terrorism. I'm saying that this is what they were literally trying to provoke incidents to discredit French Muslims. Yes, they're trying to provoke the killing of their own journalists. Duke of Bread, because just because it happened in 2022 doesn't mean that it doesn't have context to right now. Also, we started talking about this because Bill Maher in the last segment had brought up talking to Bill Burr about this whole thing. And Bill Burr was being a little Islamophobic about it, but then he did bring up the one good point about the Charlie Hebdo attack. I'm defending the people who exercise their free speech, Paul. Even though I don't agree with them. It's that thing about disagreeing with people, but also trying to protect the fundamental rights in which they can exercise. Weird. It's that whole thing that you're calling Islamophobia, where that's exactly what they want. See, have you ever actually looked what the caliphate state is and what they want? Like specifically ISIS. Like, is it Islamophobic to bring up what the just Islamic fundamentalism wants out of their nation? I mean, can we talk about what happened in Afghanistan the second that we left? I mean, I'm not saying that America good by any means and that we shouldn't have even been there, but realistically, what happened? So you're defending people who said that. Talk about it now because the left can still bash Muslims like ignorant Bill Maher, who knows nothing about Islam. Paul, how old are you? Because seriously, did you just like sleep during 9/11? Like, I hate to be this guy, but like, because I apparently lived through it, I did have a military experience with it, where they tried to recruit me right out of high school. I had most of my friends go into the military. I had 2 of them die in the conflict. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that like I can't go back to 2007. I'm sorry that I can't go back to 2012 even, just to give a little context about something, just because it flies in the face of your support of Palestine, which is fucked up, because you shouldn't be defending the fundamentalist religious aspect. Like, okay, great. Like, seriously, dude, what are you even defending? Are you one of these guys that's just like, yeah, I'm gonna defend Hamas? Like, what? Okay. Like, I'm older than you. I'm surprised by this, man. Like, this is the wild takes that I honestly, like, I try to just want to put a mirror up in front of you guys where it's just like, yeah. You're ramming fundamentalism down my throat. What fundamentalism am I ramming down your throat? Like, what? Yeah, either way, Paul. I've made my position known. Thank you, Axel Baker. Paul is a dumbass. I kind of agree. I think that he's arguing to argue. Because, yeah, this one is a little bit like, hey, it really sounds like you are, though, dude. It sounds like, because, like, why even say that about the Charlie Hebdo thing? Like, no, I keep saying it. No, I keep reiterating how you said it at the beginning of this, but okay, Paul. Okay. This is the wonderful part about streaming. People like this. And I'm fine. Yeah, I'm a YouTube streamer, dipshit, and you just popped into my chat to argue. I'm sorry, am I not supposed to engage? What? And on top of it, yeah, you said some pretty dumb shit. I'm calling you out on it. Like, what? Actually, here, I'll make this more clear-cut for your position. Do you think that the cartoonists deserved what they got? No, I did. Yes, I did. I'm the one who brought up the fundamentalist viewpoints because we were talking about Islamic terrorism. Do you not understand? Oh my god. Arguing with you is like we're arguing with a brick wall. Okay, we're moving on to the next segment. Yeah, because it seems like you're enjoying yourself here, but... Nice try what? Again, Paul, I'm not sure if you can see this, but everything that you say is in the chat here, so and I'm only responding to everything that you're saying, so I said they provoked it, not deserved. W. Does W mean win? Because that's what I've taken W to mean. I mean, I'm glad that you... Yes. I get you said they provoked it. But that also sounds like you're sympathizing with the idea that they deserved it. Again, and the W. Whatever, man. All right. Bill Burr was fun. Oh. All right. See? We've actually, Paul, just so you know, I know that you missed this conversation because we had it yesterday on stream, but we talked about how context gets lost in chat and specifically in text. That is a good one. That's a good way to say, and especially with that mistype of a W. Again, that was... Again, the mistype of the W did make it seem like you were insinuating it was a win. Therefore, I was taking that as, oh, okay, and you didn't correct that until that point. I'm straw manning. I'm actually just making my point, but sure, straw manning. It's that triple digit IQ, man. I'm sorry. It's hard to keep up. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. If you're wondering what I'm responding to, just check out my live chat. Because live chat's better than top chat. We all know that, right? All right. You can talk faster than I can type. Actually, full disclosure, you are on a 4-second delay. Duke of Bread, power went out. What the fuck? I'm sorry, man. Did you not get to charge your phone? That sucks. There's nothing worse than losing power when you're in the middle of charging your phone. You're just like, God, no, all I have is this candle and maybe this book. Ah, I forgot how to read. By making me a fundamentalist makes me a straw man, because I'm not. Paul, I literally, okay, I'm not sure if I made this clear. All right, I'll make this as clear as possible. I apologize for lumping you in with fundamentalists because I misunderstood your typo, because it did look like you were saying it was a win, that they provoked it and got what they deserved, even though you didn't even use the term deserved. Because of the W, I was misconstruing this legit as you were just like, no, I totally agree. Okay, so I came here to listen to you, not defend murder. Well, I appreciate that, Paul. And again, I appreciate you being here. And I also, again, I'm trying to find this common ground. Like, haha, yeah, I'm charging phone with jumper box. Nice. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Just make sure your car's charged first before you do that. Just wouldn't want you to go get in your car and just be like, what? I was just making the point that it was a super toxic publication and a super toxic situation. I appreciate you. I appreciate your take on it, man. I do. And I appreciate you engaging with me and also being good faith about this. Yeah, I mean, Axel Baker, Paul, it's weird that you're more upset about him saying that the cartoonist being killed was bad than the actual murder of the cartoonist. Axel, that's a good way of breaking that down. And honestly, like, that's kind of where I was like viewing that, where I was just like, you know, again, like, despite like them provoking it, I just feel like you're, you know, Axel, I don't think he was saying that. All right, if Bill Maher brought the Hebdo thing up, I guess he was doing it for bigotry. That guy is an ass. Yeah, but he's always been consistent in his assholeness. If you have not watched if you want to see something that pisses you off, watch Religulous. But at the same time, he also makes some good points. So, it's not the best anti-religion documentary. I have seen many. It's okay. That's called straw manning. Again, I mention only what is never mentioned. That is. Sorry, Paul. I didn't take a poli-sci class like most of your other YouTubers on this platform, so you might have to actually get like the meaning of straw manning for me to go, oh, okay. Again, I appreciate the engagement here, even if you don't agree. I just wanted to also make my point kind of known. It's kind of weird because, again, like I always have to do that thing where I have to preface that it's like, yes, I support Palestine. What the fuck? Like, what I don't support is, again, Islamic terrorism, and I don't support Christian fundamentalist terrorism or, you know, white fundamentalists. Fundamentalism is kind of dangerous. Just once you start saying, I'm going to go militant with my views, that is where I start going, oh, okay. Oh, arguing with me about an argument I'm not making is strawmanning. Yeah, that's why I was trying to get... Paul, I'm also... Be fair here, man. I'm trying to get the position that you're coming from, but you also, for as much as you're saying I'm answering you too fast, you're kind of just all over the place, and I'm not the only one calling you out on that. So... The thing with Bill is he uses atheism to be bigoted at a time when that is a big problem. He is profiting from these things, and it's gross. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you want a more nuanced take on atheism and these kinds of situations, read Penn Jillette, God No. It's a really, really good book. And also, if you can, find some of the old Penn and Teller's bullshit. That's actually what the show was called. It was on Showtime. Yeah, it's really good. Arguing about... I never said you didn't support Palestine. I do too. I also oppose Islamic fundamentalism. I never said you weren't, dude. I was just giving my position. And I'm glad that you've studied it extensively. In the West, our leaders talk about Islamic terrorism too much. It is Duke of Bread. I mean, you should have lived through the news cycles of 2003. Okay, peace out, bro. Sorry. No worries, man. Hey, I again appreciate you checking me out. If you want to continue to be part of the community, fine. But you're also peacing out. Glad to have you here. All right, so we're going to be moving into the next segment here. I have to do something really fast, though. We need a short video that I can... Here we go.
I was scared some crazy...
All right. All right, guys, give me 1 second here. I'm going to pull this down. We're going to watch a comedian make a heckler realize why he's the professional. Little on topic. By the way, what'd you guys think of how I handled Paul there? Because I don't know. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I didn't get into this to be a debate bro. I'm not exactly the best debater because I do let my I'm getting better about it, but I let my emotions run. Also, I have a problem where I try to be funny I'm more interested in trying to be funny in a debate than try and actually debate the points. So, that's Duke of Bread. Honestly, if you live in the USA, Christian far-right white supremacist terrorism is way more likely to affect you. Absolutely. But Duke of Bread, you just have to remember, the 9/11 thing really did affect a lot of us, especially us of a certain age. And I mean, dude, if you think things are xenophobic and Islamophobic now, I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic with my language here. I'm not even kidding. It was bad, man. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Duke of Bread, I think I might agree with Paul, but I missed a lot of the conversation. The full conversation should be up in top chat there if you want to take a look, if you didn't refresh. Wait, can you guys not look at the old chat? because I thought that was just a standard, yeah, let me know about that, because wait a minute, I'm in streamer mode, so crap, I didn't think about that. All right, Duke Brad, real quick. So Paul's whole take, again, originally, and I did misread it. That's why, because he put a W at the end of it. So I'll even read his first comment. Charlie Hebdo is a hate rag that deliberately provoked people and got what they were asking for, W. So when I read that, immediately I was just like, yes, my brain conflated it, and it did the thing where it's just like, I read deliberately provoked as, they deserved it. And he didn't say that, but then he misspoke, or he mistyped this W. And I honestly, I read that just as win. And I was like, what the what? So I was responding to that. He responded, disagree all day. Don't you guys me? No. I don't know what he was responding there. And then I was just kind of saying how, because he was saying that they were free to say it. And because I was saying, that was an attack on free speech. It's like, yes, and they killed him for it. That's not freedom. That is the ultimate non-freedom. And then he was talking to, yes, I did make a few assumptions about his orientation. But yeah, it literally was a miscommunication with me thinking that he said that the people at Charlie Hebdo deserved it, despite the fact that he disagreed with, the way that they were presenting the news. So that was the long and short of it. I kind of wish he didn't dip out, because again, I'm trying to do better with people who disagree with me, but when it comes, I do kind of sit, like I said it in my argument with him. I'm a free speech absolutist. I really am. I know that the worst people kind of try to use that term, like a Ben Shapiro and all those idiots, but they aren't. They're the first ones to go and just be like, you can't say that. It's just like, okay. No, again. But freedom from consequence, that's the whole situation, that you gotta always be, I know I'm rehashing shit from 2016, 2017 Gamergate days. Ugh. But also, yeah. I don't know. I also think that sometimes I maybe push back a little bit, because I feel like anytime I bring up my takes about anti-fundamentalism or fundamentalism, it gets misconstrued as anti-Palestinian. All right. So I'm going to start this, let my dog out, take a piss.
I was gonna show up to the gun show, just shooting up the place. But then I was like, wait a second, no one would be stupid enough to even try that, because everyone here has a gun. Maybe there'd be no more mass shootings if everyone had I have to get the out of Florida right now. What did I just say?
While highlighting the sheer absurdity of our country's gun cult worshippers, a heckler with a, let's say, interesting job confronted comedian Gianmarco Soresi.
I was a Bernie Sanders fan. And my dad, you say womp womp? What is the nonprofit?
So I'm the Indiana State Representative for the National Rifle Association.
I don't actually know anything about guns. I could not tell you the difference. I couldn't tell you the difference between an AR-15 or an M16 or an AK-47, because that's your LGBTQIA2+. Good for you, but keep it away from children, please.
Brilliant joke from Soresi. Now, if you thought having a gun lobby stooge who collects his paychecks directly from the profits generated by our country's gun violence epidemic and cultist obsession with deadly weapons, just wait until you hear what his friend does for a living.
What do you do for work?
I'm an Indiana state legislator.
Okay. I don't know enough about politics to give about that. I don't know if Indianapolis is changing the national conversation at all.
You couldn't script out a more accurate encapsulation of American politics than a Republican state representative chumming it up with an NRA lobbyist at a comedy show This is exactly the type of corruption that is not only normalized but incentivized to continue happening. While ideologically motivated to a degree, lobbying always comes down to making a financial investment and expected a return greater than that initial investment. And in the NRA's case, the group bribes politicians to weaken gun ownership laws and manufacturing regulations, plus to spread pro-gun propaganda with the sole intention of boosting profits and securing their business model for the future, all at the expense of our lives.
All my views on the table. I'm a trans ally, of course. Not applause from everybody, I'll tell you that right now.
Culture war issues work hand in hand with legalized bribery as they provide convenient distractions and targets to divert your anger toward the state of the country instead of the real enemies of the American public, ultra wealthy capital owners and corporations.
No, I don't think it's comedy's job to convince people of anything. I think it's just our job to show you that you're full of shit. That's all I can do. I can just point to where it is, and it's up to you to take care of it if you want to or not. I have Indianapolis's whole government here at this table. You know, don't worry about trans people. Worry about fixing your small. That's the worst small I've ever seen in my entire life.
Republicans will always prey on any and every marginalized group they can find because the hate and vitriol resonate with their base of support, and it's so much easier to push bogus narratives.
Also, just look at the guy. I mean, you want to talk about an insecure douchebag.
And make issues out of nothing instead of actually governing and working to craft legislation that would improve the day-to-day lives of the average American. We have to keep up the fight because all of us deserve better from our country, but it's an uphill battle with people like this out there.
You know, people are always accusing Trump supporters of being violent or racist, but we're here at this Trump rally, and I just don't see it.
No gun-free zones.
Wait, so more guns?
Yep. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire.
You can't
his confident suckle of the Jimmy John's cup.
Fight fire with water?
Yeah.
Wait.
Depends on what's in the fire.
They specifically do fight fire with water.
They fight fire with water.
Yeah.
The wokeism in the United States with these people that are going around saying if a kid says their dog or cat in school, that's good.
You think that'll stop mass shootings?
I think it's a start in a way. All that stuff.
Has that happened? People said their dogs and cats in schools?
Oh yeah, in Illinois. Oh yeah, what's going on? They put litter boxes out for them in the schools.
In Illinois?
I think.
Excuse me? That's where I live, and
that's not true. Actually, those are not true.
I think it is true, and I think if you did your reporting, you would find out it's true.
There's perhaps no better example to show how culture war issues muddy the waters and distract people from the real roots of gun violence and mass shootings. Ease of access to guns and an overabundance of firearms. It's really that simple. But over the years, the NRA and other firearm advocacy groups, through our politicians, have tricked the public into detaching the gun industry's profit motive from the uptick in gun violence.
School district has been hit with rumors saying that students who identify as cats are allowed to use litter boxes in the restroom. This is what you were talking about. The superintendent said it got so bad she had to send letters to students and parents on Monday. The rumor that our schools have litter boxes in the restrooms to accommodate individuals who are self-identifying as animals, this is simply and emphatically not true.
According to them, but I'm telling you,
according to them,
I hear from other people
that's it. See, there's no amount of facts that you can give to these people from anybody that is in a position of power. It's all like, you want to talk about confirmation bias. This is beyond confirmation bias. This is really bad.
Go to the schools and stuff.
People point out there are 120.5 guns per 100 people in the United States. Why isn't it the safest country on earth?
I believe because the school systems are destroyed in this country now, and the behavioral habits in this country has changed radically in my lifetime.
Okay, but the number of guns doesn't have to do with the incidence of gun violence.
I don't believe so at all. I don't believe it.
It just happens to be that the country with the most guns has the most gun violence.
Yeah.
Even when thrown a layup like this, the gun cult still doesn't recognize they're living in a completely different reality.
when I just realized that this is who won the election.
You know, bazooka though? Should everyday Americans have a bazooka?
Founding fathers would have liked to have bazookas.
The founding fathers also owned slaves and didn't let women vote, right?
Well, times have changed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Times have changed. So should there be an amendment on the Second Amendment because times are changing? There's so many.
I doubt that's ever going to happen.
Would you be in favor of it though?
No.
If it saved children's lives?
No.
Even if it saved children's lives?
See? And then they move on to the abortion argument.
Because that's not going to be the answer.
All right, move on to the abortion.
But if it did statistically save children's lives, should we have more gun control?
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just remember, it's not just a bunch of old fogies that think like that now. It's their sons. The fact that it's 20-somethings now also joining that way of thinking. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Back to the comments. Duke of Bread. I think I might agree with Paul, but I have missed a lot of the convo. I think I read that one. Duke of Bread. I'm not a free speech absolutist. We agree, but we agree on most things, though. Well, again, my opinion on that is if you find somebody that you entirely agree with, are you looking in the mirror? Because also, when I look in the mirror and ask that, no, not entirely. That's the scary part, man. I know I'm wrong about a lot. I'm willing to learn and shift my views. Except for free speech. Duke of Bread, something you should think about in your approach to doing political content is what you choose to talk about will be interpreted as pushing a narrative because cynical actors in this space do that. That is true. I was kind of aware of, that when I started this. I don't know if that is understandable. Sorry. No, Duke, it actually is. It really is. It's actually very well stated. I mean, look at the way that people just drama farm, especially in the political community. It's for some reason it is so ingrained in our community. It's kind of nuts. Ooh, he did. I was not aware of that. Okay. All right, we got one more segment to cover, and it's a doozy, so let's get ready for it. Oh, pop these shoulders. Oh my God. All right, well, if you are new to the stream, leave a like and also shout out in the comments. We are trying to build this community here. Not kidding. I'm actually very happy with you guys that have joined and stuck around, though, because you guys are... I want to say you're the real heroes, but it's a little lame, right? I don't know. It's true, though. To me, you are my heroes. You're helping me live the dream. Gonna make me cry. So... All right, sorry, I did just kind of catch this last comment from Paul, from Paul DiMelto. Yeah, he's pretty adamant about that. I don't know. Maybe the Charlie Hebdo one actually stuck with me too, just because that's what I originally wanted to do, was be a newspaper cartoonist. I don't know. But maybe, I don't know. What do you guys think of that comedian? Because honestly, I didn't get to see it. That was not one I have watched. That was one that I saw the time code on it, and I was just like, perfect. Because, yeah. When you gotta go... Dude, streaming pisses are a totally different thing, by the way. I not trying to... go too deep into that, but holy crap, when you don't go for long enough and you're just sitting in this position, I for some reason you stand up and immediately it hits you like you're just like Oh. End up doing the Quasimodo to the bathroom. Just like, oh. All right. Well, we're going to be starting the next segment. Let me take my hit. Also, if you haven't noticed, the show is called High on Politics. So I hope you're joining me either in a state of euphoria just from nature's grace for you, if you have that, or, if you're in a legal state. You know what I mean? Ooh, that pop. That's how you know it's going to be a good one. Ooh. Ooh. Piss your pants, the people demand content. You know, I've had too many UTIs in my time from I used to do a job that required a lot of driving. So yeah, I don't know. Get a kidney stone because that's actually how I got my kidney stone, was from repeated UTIs. And yeah, after that, I was like, I never want to do that again. It was the most painful thing I've ever felt in my life. So no, thank you. But I appreciate that, Duke. All right. Well, speaking of content, let's go. Not sure if you guys are familiar with some of my videos, but I tend to watch some of the Piers Morgan debates because, yeah, I'm a masochist at heart, and I love just getting pissed off at one of the most freaking smug assholes on the planet. So, realistically, I'll be completely honest. I do respect Piers. I respect his interview style, but I hate his sycophantic bullshit to Trump to the point where it really does. It's like, oh my God, you might as well just be his lapdog. You might as just good Piers. But Duke of Bread, I fear the kidney stone in my future. Dude, if you're on your way to a kidney stone for real, start breaking that shit up. I'm not even kidding. Water. Like, drink all the water and take your pisses, man. Don't be afraid. At least I'm not chair streaming you like Hasan, you know. I think I did it once this stream, but I don't know, man. It was funny because initially when he started doing that, it was funny, but he let it go on a few too many times. And then there was the one time where he left a video and then he left the chair on, and I was like, all right, well, that he deserves the meme that's coming from that. So, but now you got me freaking out, so I'm gonna double down on my water intake before I start this. Hey man, I'll get you one of these suckers. I love this thing. It's the best damn water bottle I've ever had. My water is cold, 6 hours later. Like, I have started my stream where, like, the bottom of my water bottle was still, like, ice cold. Like, that's a water bottle. Actually, most Yeti technology, free plug for Yeti, I enjoy their stuff, Duke of Bread, soda tastes gross now. Now I stop because high fructose corn syrup is poison. Yeah, I've been on that same path for a long time now. I actually still drink Mexican sodas occasionally, because they are made with cane sugar. So, plus it just tastes so much better. If you've never had a Mexican Sprite, oh my God, do yourself a favor. Well, that's if you like Sprite or a Mexican Coke. Sorry, I don't know what your poison is. I'm a root beer and Sprite guy, so I'm one of those weirdos that actually likes ginger ale. So, that's like my go-to beverage. So, yeah. Love me a nice Canada Dry, even with the high fructose corn syrup. It's like, soda tastes like gross now. I stopped. Oh, sorry. I thought you refreshed that. Yeah, I mean, corn syrup is poison. It is. And if there's one good thing about RFK coming in and saying the shit he's going to do, that was the one he said. But he was going to end the corn supplements and, or supplementals, or, oh my God, what am I thinking? Not supplements, the farms. Oh my, subsidies. Wow, I knew I got that word wrong. But yeah, he wants to end that to bring our dependence on corn syrup down, because, yeah, thanks 70s. That was a 70s farm bill. Ugh. Again, I didn't take a poli-sci class. I just know this because I don't know. God, it's sad that I looked this shit up on my free time. Duke of Bread Sprite was my jam. Yeah. Well then, make it your jam again, man. I know that you can order it online. It's not hard to get. It is definitely widely available, and just gotta make sure it's the glass bottles. And on top of it, it's in glass bottles, so you can feel, environmentally conscious about that too, where it's just like, oh, hey, cool, glass bottles. Like, hell yeah. I think that's what we need to go back to, is glass bottles. Duke of Bread. Yeah, I fear them doing good things because it will entrench ideological fascism further. Yeah, unfortunately, if they do succeed in their push for actually bettering the economy and their policies do succeed, I hate to say it, yeah. That's also why I'm trying not to do the alarmism shit right now. I'll be completely honest with you. Yes, I do want to at least report on the news, but I'm not going to, as I said, today is the first day that I even kind of went, okay, that's a little doomery, because there was one, you know what, here, I gotta send myself the video that I found, because it's something, I think it was Kyle Kalinske. Just give me one sec. Secular talk. Don't you just love how they... Cartoonville. Maga. So that tells the truth. Shocking new low. He's fake. No more overtime. Oh no, I think I may have misremembered who did it, so I don't know. Okay, great. Oh, there goes that. All right, Duke of Bread. Yeah, I fear them. Yeah, okay, we already did that. No, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, by the way, real quick. Just a reminder. This is true. That Dr. Oz is gonna run our Medicaid and Medicare. Just a reminder that that's the latest from the Trump cabinet picks. God. Duke of Bread, actually, a thought on your last comment about the you fearing them doing good. Well, just, I don't know, maybe take solace in these picks, man, because these ones, and also if he actually goes through with these tariffs, which they're already raising prices. Oh my God, I noticed that they were doing it today. Like I think I already went through it. I went through my grocery bill, and yeah, it was a little bit more expensive, but I did just realize that there are more people just joining. Welcome to the stream if you are new. And if you are new, I'm about to shout for Gondor. A little weird without context, so when I shout that, I am starting a new segment. So all you have to do is hit that like button, because it helps me out immensely, and yeah, just enjoy my content. I would really appreciate it. So, all right, we're going to signal that Gondor needs aid. Light the beacons for Gondor. All right, well, I have done the thing that I'm not exactly proud of, and that's lumping myself in as a Piers Morgan watcher. A lot of my content that has gotten a lot of engagement is the Piers Morgan content, because a lot of people either agree or disagree, but they do engage with the content. So just as a YouTuber, it is kind of nice to see that. But at the same time, as somebody who's interested in obviously political content, I admittingly is very, very good at setting this stuff up. Like, his latest one had Kyle Kalinske and Cenk Uygur. So immediately I was like, I wanted to skip this one, but I am interested to see what happens. And it did turn out that it looks like Kyle had more clips of schooling Republicans or the schooling Piers Morgan than the other way around, because that's what's kind of dictated whether or not I want to view it is I'll look at the clips from Piers Morgan's show and then just go, which one's he focusing on? And then like you'll look at the titles and it'll just say like Candace Owens dunks on Brian Tyler Cohen, or Candace Owens dunks on Mark Lamont Hill. That was the last one. I tried to watch that one, but it was a 2-on-1 where it was just like, okay, I can't even. And I felt bad for Mark Lamont Hill, who, if you do not know him, he does some great content that I will more than likely be checking out here in the future. So real quick, I need to just go like this. And we're going right for the Piers Morgan stuff. So let's go.
I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign.
What's the future of the Democrats? Who would you like to see run the party now?
Jon Stewart. Honestly, a controversial, charismatic
that sound effect, intense
celebrity might make all of the difference.
Possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris.
Although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular.
Oh, Nina Taylor.
She did not move the needle.
Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice. You live in a total world of denial.
I read your own followers' comments and they all trashed you.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right.
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
You should not be taking cheap shots at me, and I won't stand for it.
Hey, Alan, shh.
The inquest into the shock death of the Democratic Party has so far proved inconclusive. But the only clear message emerging from the ruminations, as with the campaign itself, is that the Orange Man is still back. Just about nobody on the left can agree on why the Orange Man therefore won by a landslide and what should happen next. Here's just a snapshot of views from...
Yes, a landslide without, the other part of that. See, this is why I hate his disingenuous reporting, because realistically what happened is, even though he won by a landslide in the electoral vote, he did not win by a landslide in the actual, numbers of the popular vote. He was still, 7 million voters under Joe Biden, so he's going to have to just live with that.
Wrong about, almost everything.
It is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and with other Hispanic.
Oh, this has nothing to do with the degree of populism or anything. No, nothing. Nothing. It has nothing to do with the fact that they feel betrayed as a working class. Again, doubling down on why you frickin' lost.
Exactly. They don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry.
Thank you, Bernie.
And they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that oh no, the economy is actually good or crime is actually down, or this is all just Fox News. Shut the fuck up with that. Talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts and masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define one.
Because some people might be immunocompromised. What?
I mean,
Oh, so we're just doing that thing. We're all just masking doesn't work again. Oh my God! Then surgeons don't need to wear masks when performing surgery on Bill Maher,
who menstruates.
Exactly. Whatever the prescription should ultimately be, the diagnosis is surely crystal clear. Trump has made commanding inroads with working class voters, black voters, Latino voters, urban voters, and young voters. It's a veritable rainbow coalition of disaffected people who the Democrats have traditionally relied upon and more recently taken for granted.
Appropriate the rainbow?
So what drove them away? Was it government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritizing SNL and 60 Minutes over Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz Cheney and a hawkish, even conservative stance on the wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and then ousting him for a simply dreadful candidate in Kamala Harris? Maybe it was all of the above, delivered with a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot. But joining me for an uncensored battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sisson, and author of New Prize for These Eyes, and senior political analyst at Fox News, Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. Juan, in particular, a long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you, I think, making your debut on Uncensored, so thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election, and you
Whoa, I'm not the one who adjusted that camera for once.
you look at the thumping win
That was the cameraman.
Trump got and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play into his hands?
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack, and I think it was for the base of the party. But I think that there were a lot of people who were attracted to other parts of Trump, and I think the whole macho man.
No, it wasn't the fucking cult of personality that attracted him. It was the fact that he was speaking to the working class. Stop it. Every time that you guys focus on one of his rallies, you know what they didn't show? The full, it's not even about showing the full rally. They didn't show him talking about the policies. And guess what? He did. He actually did. I had to sit through that bullshit. I had to actually sit through his full rallies because I wanted to make sure that I was getting the full context instead of just being fed this fucking narrative from all these other leftist creators like Adam Mockler, like Midas Touch, especially Midas Touch. My God, Midas Touch. You want, people got mad at me because Midas Touch, again, focusing on, the issues, the actual issues that matter at people, Trump's crowd size. They were doing this disingenuous bullshit where they kept panning to the back behind the stage and going like, look, here, there's nobody here, look. And you have to, again, I'm just going to expose the wrestling business for a little bit. There's something called the hard cam side. And on the hard cam side, if you go to any live wrestling event, it's going to be a blacked out section that has a tarp over the entire section. It's like when you go to any sporting event, you'll see a section of a row. They have the entire thing blocked off. So guess what? It's kind of artificially like that. And unfortunately, anybody that hates, one wrestling company goes, look, they're not selling tickets. It's the same bullshit. But what I'm saying is specifically is in this context, this is what they chose to focus on. This was what the Feel Good Vibes campaign was to just constantly double down on being like, look how unpopular he is, and never actually show hey, he's saying this about policies. Maybe we should start saying this about policies. That's what should have been played, and that's why you failed, in my opinion. Let's continue.
And thing, it worked. You were talking about a rainbow coalition. No, it wasn't a rainbow coalition, but I think that you saw white men still go big for Trump. You saw the Latino men, and I think that's the big story of the election. Latino men suddenly went towards Trump, and there were some black men. I think it was a male thing, and I think, again, the idea that he's said offensive, vulgar things about women.
It's almost like it's just kind of a chauvinist thing, and a lot of men, when actually pressed, go, you know what? I don't think a woman should be in charge.
The fact that he is, and says he wants to be an
fragile
authoritarian.
masculinity,
that's all true.
fucks.
But I think a lot of the men said, you know what? We like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman, you correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 US presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters, I have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than I might, if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days before with Brian Kilby and said, I think he's going to win big. But actually, most people thought it would be incredibly tight and it could go either way.
This is why I can't watch this content
at all. Why do you think
anymore? It's
Trump is
shit
so
like that.
difficult to poll, which is clearly the conclusion I would draw from this?
Well, you know, I am forthrightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now, I think two things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open. I have never seen that before, and I've studied American politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else. Until they look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic...
Do you have a cat? Because perhaps that's why your keys miss. Wait, damn it, I was trying to make that work.
Electorate decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before, in addition to the usual sources of disinformation. We had a huge change this time, a 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who controls X, spreading vast disinformation. According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Inflation is going up.
Let me pin you down on that, though. You say Elon Musk was spreading disinformation. Like what?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's...
I think he was asking for specific points of.
I mean, by 75%. That
unless you have it,
yeah, but it's still inflation.
High when
it's still inflation,
near
Professor.
A low.
On that point, see, it's interesting. You would say that's disinformation, but the point is that inflation.
Wait, silver lining. I'm glad Kamala didn't win. I feel the first woman needs to be a genuine leftist because the cult of personality after winning will be very powerful, sort of like Obama. Yeah. That's interesting.
It's still not zero. Therefore, prices are still going up. Okay. Therefore, people...
The only way you get inflation to zero is with a recession.
Yeah, but here's my point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats kept telling the American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy's in really good shape. Meanwhile, inflation still exists. In other words...
No, and he's not wrong here. The problem is it was speaking to the broader economy, like again, stock market and like it, but they weren't talking about what was affecting us. They weren't talking about, the prices of groceries except for to use it as a political fucking stunt with the eggs or whatever the hell. And even then, JD Vance looked like an idiot because he was just like, look, it's $6 a carton for eggs. And behind him was literally a price of $3 and that was for a dozen or for 2 dozen. So
prices have continued to go.
No, that's where they missed out. They were not speaking to the working class. They still aren't. Look at how they're trying to make this a referendum on anybody or on anything but the fact that they were not speaking for the working class. They're still talking about losing the Latino vote. They're still talking about losing the Arab vote. Like that would have made the difference. They're not talking about the 12 million people that didn't even engage with the election, that didn't engage with the Democratic Party because they just tuned the fuck out. And again, I don't even think that was misogyny because a lot of them were just like, do you know how many people were actually kind of shocked to just be like, yeah, I heard about this Kamala Harris thing. What the hell is that about? It was just like, oh yeah. But I also have to get reminded occasionally where I'm like, oh yeah, a lot of normal people do not think about politics nearly this much.
Go up and up and up, albeit not at the same rate they were going up. But if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end, that is still inflation.
It was 2.4%. But the other thing is, year after year, there was an expected increase of inflation that was supposed to happen with those freaking tax cuts that, again, he's going to disingenuously just completely forget about, because that doesn't push inflation up. The fact that we had, increase this deficit again, and then right at the end with the Kamala shit, they started getting a little hawkish on the deficit again. They're just like, we got to start focusing on the deficit. We got to start focusing on the deficit. Notice how those same assholes that were focusing on the deficit have nothing to say anymore.
So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it
suffering
to
inflation.
zero is a recession, is deflation.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. Inflation has been cut by 80%.
And notice how he smugly just sits there like,
It's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices are
aspect
still
of the
going
economy.
up? Do you accept prices were still going up?
Of course.
Right, so
They
that's the
always
point.
do, unless
But
you have a
it's not
recession.
that's not disinformation,
That's ridiculous.
then, is it? By Elon Musk,
And it's
that isn't
disinformation about every other aspect of the
actually,
economy.
that's contributing to
as
the
well.
disinformation right there,
Disinformation
Piers.
about
Funny enough.
undocumented immigrants, like they're bloodthirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy. They are the mainstay of the agricultural, construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep in huge numbers of U.S. citizens, because all the databases used to identify
You don't need data. You don't need data. You just need put out a hiring sign on any of these farms and see how many white working class people show up for these jobs.
Documented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't have a pragmatic electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time on meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling truth to power and indicating the consequences of this election.
But we failed just as much.
It's been taken over by billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cheng. I mean, Cheng, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea of disinformation, I think some of it was disinformation, but it's, I think the idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation, I'm afraid, I view that as a total delusion of the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. Look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
Couldn't
not
find
right,
him
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong, and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make
world
it
of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers'
Remember, United Leftist Coalition, people.
comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
This is why TYT is going to fucking fail. I swear to God.
Right.
Anna first, but then Cenk. Dude, Cenk is getting insufferably just egotistical and kind of stuck up in the way that he debates people.
Yeah, come find out again.
Make whatever point you want. Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attacked me personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a thought.
How many books have you published? No, because
this has nothing to do with the program, dude. You literally attacked him personally. I'm sorry, you attacked me personally. I'm coming after you too, Cenk.
you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously.
Okay, well, yeah, and then just say you're wrong then, dude. Just be like, yeah, I was wrong, whatever, but you attacked me personally, so fuck you, Cenk.
Being stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just finish a goddamn thought ever on this show?
No, not if you're
personally
stupid.
He said you were stupidly wrong.
I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
Can I just say, it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Who taught you manners?
It's lovely to see you post-election.
You did this on purpose.
Hey, Alan, right now. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second? And let someone who knows what they're doing.
You're so right, Piers. You're so right.
Shut up, juice.
I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks.
Because he can't say it, I'll say it. He wanted to say, you deserve a tall glass of shut the fuck up.
For blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't
blasphemy against you? Who the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser? Okay, can I just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation. You guys are missing the whole point.
I mean, that's a referendum on the right, though. Like, again, they have to feel kind of stupid that they spent so much money on that.
Not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer. There are three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television supports and kisses the ass of and does propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive, so-called progressive wing, what you have is the identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like
he's not wrong here.
Paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't.
But that's being disingenuous in the fact that, like, the right pushes those identity politics. What, are we supposed to just not push back?
Identity politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic Party, used, ironically, by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in
some
Harry.
of it was
Now, Harry,
reactionary. Some of it was reactionary, man. Come on.
November the 6th. Kamala Harris's speech was amazing. Graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump. You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right? You know why she lost. And that speech, in a way, to me, was the perfect illustration. She basically said nothing.
He's annoyingly, like, chiseled, and, like, his hairline is...
shining lights and all
Good-looking kid.
There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone.
All right.
No substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days to show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems. Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton playbook. After promising us joy and sunshine, immediately pivoted to Trump's a Nazi. They're all fascists. They're all disgusting. And by the way, here are all my rich, famous...
That, again, is... You are totally... God, I hate the way he reports because did he mention anything about Trump's own ex-generals saying that first and then they ran with that? No.
Entertainment friends.
Come on, man.
They're all going to surround themselves.
This is what I can't stand about Piers.
Didn't work for Hillary. Didn't work for Kamala.
His framing sucks.
And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party.
And then you've got to. What really annoys me about him is that he then does it where he's just like, "What do you mean? I could be objective."
Wake up and smell the cappuccino. You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Chenk's right. The Democrat candidate who has most resonated with the public was Bernie Sanders, right? You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Here we go, guys.
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. You know, I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is often the case, which is I think Professor Lichtman is right that it was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Shankin, the gentleman beside me from Fox,
Harry, there was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi,
but Piers, it's not to the same. It's not to the same level.
When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters Nazi sympathizers, all that is.
I have heard enough of his fucking content that honestly, every time he says that, this is again that right there is why it's like, okay, I'll work towards debates, but that shit,
total disinformation. Because he hasn't murdered 12 million people, and he's not going to. Well, and by the way, you all know that. So the disinformation.
He could murder 12 million people, and you would still be like, he only murdered 12 million people. Hitler did way worse.
On both sides.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear that it was his own former advisors who called him that and likened him to Hitler. Kamala Harris never got on a stage and said, "Oh yeah, Trump's Hitler now." She just alluded to the fact and brought up the fact that his own former advisor said that. But I also want to make the point that I think that Shankin, the gentleman from Fox News, is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy.
Suck on your lemon drop harder, fucking Piers. I love when especially someone like this, where it's like, oh, this guy's much younger, but like, look at the way that he just broke down Pierce's bullshit so simplistically, so just. Expertly.
The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and Vance, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden and me. It's because of external factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not me. It's external factors. If you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes. Yeah. So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree with Cenk.
But you're missing
often.
something else. You're missing something else, which is all the culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left.
Guys.
Nobody.
Arguing for trans rights, and that they're awesome winning points about trans people in sports. That's what won Donald Trump the election. Go fuck yourself.
Cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right?
Not going to be able
Nobody
to monetize
cares
this
that
one.
biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told, nobody cares about this. Leave them all.
You mean with parental consent? Again, this idea that people are just sending their kids to school and they're coming back a different gender? You fucking weirdos.
Alone.
You absolute fucking weirdos. You guys live in a total fantasy land.
Transphobic. I'm not transphobic.
Yeah,
you wanted trans people.
You absolutely fucking are. And anybody that openly goes, I'm not transphobic, and has to do this is transphobic.
As I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep
Except
telling
for
people
sports.
it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand,
somebody pivot
we're
that quickly.
absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public...
Okay, so this guy, Piers, being so based on trans issues. Okay, so like one of my best friends is trans, and so she's only been on HRT for I think like 2.5 years now, and I can tell you right now, like she was always been very active. She was very good at sports. Well, not like team sports, but she's good at golf. She's hyper competitive. So it's one of those things where all of a sudden, like I started making some jokes, some wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like you gotta shoot from ladies' tee, like kind of crap. And no, by the way, she does not shoot from the ladies' tee. And yes, I was just ribbing her. But like what I have noticed in that time since is just how weak and frail. I hate to use those words, but it's true. She says it about herself, where she's just like, yeah, her bone density is starting to change. And so these arguments that are used in total bad faith are never explained that way. They never explain that, when you transition, these things happen and your hormones totally change. None of that. None of that. He wants to continue this narrative where it's just like, look, this person decided to be a woman, put on a wig, and wanted to win a gold medal because this was the only way that he could possibly do that.
And you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train.
No, you wouldn't get off that train. You and the right coalition can't get off that train. You guys also can't make fucking compromises in this situation, because look at the way that you treated that the boxer, where you still call her a trans boxer. You still say that she has XY chromosomes, and then you use this thing where, well, a boxing report came out and said that she has XY chromosomes, so she's technically a male. Therefore, she's a male. You are such disingenuous pieces of shit. And honestly, this is the stuff that is making us push back even farther. And it's going to get a lot worse because we're about to get mean. And on top of it, it's going to be hilarious when, you guys realize what you did, where it's just like, oh, we just kind of, we just did this weird thing where we segregated sports and then we made trans league stuff and uh-oh.
And that delusion was one of the reasons that you lost so badly.
Wait, they don't even offer a solution. What am I talking about? I just gave them way too much credit because they don't even say to have trans leagues. They don't have a solution outside of just dehumanize. They can't play sports. We have to treat them like second-class citizens because we need to feel better that our mediocre daughters might get that 4th place trophy in fucking 8th grade volleyball.
I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained...
Which, ask these 8th graders, they don't really care.
...misinformation. The ad was saying, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender surgeries.
All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald...
Sorry, I'm getting a little antsy here. Shout out in chat real quick, just because
Donald Trump's presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Shank, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign
Notice what he's doing. But wait, I need to pivot. You made a point that totally it was a total counterfactual to everything that I'm talking about. But wait, I'm going to harp on this one little issue.
Yes, Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But you accept the so-called culture war stuff that I would frame as a kind of very, very far left progressive woke stuff that I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more centre part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe.
Oh, yes. You know what? I like how they're propping up these guys as the voices of the left in the Democratic Party. They're all ex-conservatives.
At some point, you've got to recognize that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit.
I am an average American.
That's one of the reasons you lost.
You're not.
And you've got to...
Shut the fuck... You know what? Every time that he says an average American, you know what? Shut up, you British prick.
Move on from it.
Seriously.
If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Piers, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of you using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on,
every time he does this, you can tell that he doesn't even believe in the point he just made. And also, he has to make sure, that... his little lizard lips don't get too dry.
Throw people under the bus. We
Might
shouldn't
turn
say,
green and
trans
expose them.
people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing.
Okay, let's talk about race, because it seems...
Let's just move on.
Well, one second, Cheng.
No.
Because...
hang on.
No.
One thing,
Call him
I'll
out.
come to you, Cheng.
Can you call him out on his fucking shitty-ass format, too? Where, again, I'm going to have on 5 people. I'm going to discuss this intense topic. I'm only going to let 2 people talk. I'm going to make the finishing point and then move on to the next subject. His format sucks.
On the issue of race, many people found it
Don't let him change the subject.
A guy who
Don't let
a
him
lot of
do it.
people think is racist beat a black woman. And a lot of people that helped him win.
Duke of Bread, I hope woke gets reclaimed eventually. I suspect it will in the aftermath. I mean, it was appropriated from black culture, so maybe hip hop culture or like black culture needs to take that back first. So
more black
I don't
men
know,
voting for him
because
than
they
first
really bastardized the hell out of this one,
and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end, or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal.
Yeah, but Trump didn't even really address that shit. Minutely. He minutely did.
Immigration and so on.
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall.
Where did he pull that number out of his ass?
Electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino
I like
men.
how we have. Hold on. We have like one of the master pollsters sitting in the middle here. Yeah, he pulls that out of his ass.
Shift, and they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people, and overwhelmingly white men went for Donald Trump, and white women who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion.
And it'll stay that way if the Nick Fuenteses and the Piers Morgans and the Donald Trumps of the world keep those pesky, Browns out of the country, so we don't have the great replacement.
Issue.
We must stop the great replacement.
The success of abortion is
all
an
they
issue
think about, man.
that favored
Seriously.
Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referendums.
They're so racist that literally if any of their kids were to marry interracial and like have a baby, they'd immediately just go like, see, it's happening.
Brenda, the white women again voted for Trump. But so you talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black America as overall, black America supported Kamala Harris overall.
Why are you making this a racial referendum?
Latino America
Wait a minute.
supported Kamala Harris, even Latino men who had that big shift.
What?
So to me, race is a part of the story because, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways, and I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Cenk, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation. That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. But she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talking points. Donald Trump's out there, sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy is a person is a corporate talking robot, That is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these identity
jump in
issues,
here.
the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us. So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Piers, says that as well.
Yeah.
But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning. It wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Piers can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi. Let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with
and
that.
Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't about race. It ain't about race.
You know what?
Latino men didn't vote for... Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. The Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino, black, or white. It's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher wages?
Okay, Professor Lippman.
I don't get it, Sink. I don't get it. The reality is, like, Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama, they stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for fair pay. These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after the Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor, I know you've got to leave us, so just you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote, 11% the last time. That's 2% of a very small segment of voters. So that's one of the big myths of this election. Second big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical, a socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Cenk today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she had only done this or that, it would have made a difference.
I don't buy that, because then you're just saying, oh, there shouldn't even be, we shouldn't even be reviewing this. Come on.
Just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful prediction based upon how American presidential
Welcome to the stream. Just saw somebody pop in.
Elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Cenk, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong.
Hey, you know what? No, for a joke, that was pretty solid. Because he just pulls up the keys. It made me laugh.
I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday morning
unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn the lessons?
Can I just ask, hang on. Can I ask, for those who have no idea what the key thing is all about, why are you flashing keys?
Okay, because this brother said that he had these keys and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, what if Biden came and punched the baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
why. I was right.
I mean, listen to him.
about
I
Biden.
mean, you have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but guys, the most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it is not to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh, no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot. And that's going to destroy this party. That's why I'm fighting back so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who
now
is
he's
it now?
too old. So, look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, Jon Stewart. Go outside of politics. Almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is not corrupted and who's for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head.
Jon Stewart would probably be a good one.
But I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No, I don't take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the Democratic nominee. Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland. How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now, and Schenck can shake his head all he'd like, but these people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Who would you like to see, Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. And there's plenty more, but I think we're going to have a great primary
I'm pretty
in 2028
sure, I
with
would
a lot of
lay
top
good
people.
money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in 2028.
I'd say that's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually, he in direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Luke.
Really, instead of just seeing it as like he was kind of weighing him down, like the memes were definitely a detriment, and I don't think anyone voted for Trump based on Vance. Dude, he loves to just be like, look, the young men, they just love Trump. Instead of the fact that these young guys are going to learn some very hard lessons that a lot of people have already learned through the first Trump administration. But what sucks is these kids, God, what was it? 4 years ago was his administration. So even 4 years ago, these kids were like in the middle of high school.
We're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. And first making his uncensored debut, the host of the Kyle Kalinske Show, Kyle Kalinske. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We're trying to get you for a long time. Let's have a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel.
I am sorry. Just real quick.
But why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see?
The AOC. We need to keep bringing this up, but in New York, AOC's district, she was they overwhelmingly voted for her, but they also voted for Trump. It was split ballots. That is why. That needs to be focused on, because these are change candidates. He kind of just insinuated that these are not the establishment people. People are sick of these establishment candidates who dude, do you know how many times with a right winger I have had a conversation about stock buybacks and just like all the shenanigans that they're able to pull in Congress, and then they focus on Nancy Pelosi, but then I bring up the right winger that was doing it. That chick that was actually, funny enough, running against Raphael Warnock. That chick.
So you run the party now. I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is Honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful.
Yeah. No, and that is actually a great point.
Is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining.
Yeah, and then Jon Stewart, it would be the same thing.
Love him or hate him.
But also, look at the tentative good that Jon Stewart has done. Look at what he did for the soldiers from 9/11.
You can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
But I would add to that.
He really needs to seriously consider it this time because honestly,
Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues.
Because of
She's
you.
certainly voted
Because of people like
in line
you.
with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the centre when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides. But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a
Come on.
problem?
Come
Stick to beat the party
on.
with, which actually
Bullshit.
really damages them electorally.
Yeah, the right wing doesn't cancel anybody.
No, I
Colin
think Kamala
Kaepernick,
ran basically
anybody?
the platonic
Anybody?
ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
they're
too woke.
talking about
She
her
didn't mention
record.
those things at
Well,
all.
hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you can pretend when you get the nomination.
Didn't.
Whoa,
No,
I'm a
didn't.
centrist.
No,
I'm
they
a
didn't.
gun-toting
Again,
Rambo,
this was
by the way, as
online
well.
leftist,
To all you Second
speak that you're
Amendment
attributing
people.
to them.
But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person. And to pretend otherwise is to just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change. That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale. He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the U.S. to deploy our own troops against George Floyd protesters. These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't
whereas
get
Democrats
a pass.
get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't get a pass.
How many times have you heard people say those things I just told you?
Trump has had.
Wait.
Hang on. Let me answer you.
No.
Trump has had the most unrelentingly hostile media from a mainstream media that is largely staffed by liberals. We know this. because of the way they all go nuts when their paper wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala, and they all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN, you can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative, right? So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it, and there are very few conservatives, and that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. And it can't just be every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming and saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff is insane.
How about just telling the truth? Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it. And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack.
I love when he gets slammed with a good point. He pulls that shit.
Yeah. So if anything, the lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant, they should get more aggressive, and they should tell the truth more.
Come on, Kyle. You know that would be utter suicide.
That's the truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is, because he does it with humor. You lot all do these incredibly straight-faced, virtue-signaling, I'm outraged by absolutely everything faces. And it's like, if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid, have a bit of a laugh.
That's why I said Jon Stewart.
Death by mockery. Well, actually, you're right. Jon Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
we agree. Yeah.
I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina, you've floated that Rahm Emanuel as a new DNC chair would be a good signal, but the Democrat Party is only there for the donor class. Many other people would say that Rahm Emanuel's a very effective political operator. But actually, the Democrats need a bit of that muscle.
Native Chicagoan. Sorry, I got to take a second.
Piers is very effective at a cover-up. As we know, as mayor of the city of Chicago, he covered up the police murder of Laquan McDonald. He closed many schools in the black community. Certain segments of the black community are very outraged by him. He is more of the same and should be as far away from the DNC as possible. Now, if the Democrats want to lose again and get handed again like they just did in 2024, then go ahead and have Rahm Emanuel there. But if they want to do a new thing and answer to the working class people of this country from all backgrounds, then they need to have somebody there, primarily who's going to say no more dark money in Democratic primaries. Rahm Emanuel is an absolute no.
They're not going to do that.
The Chicago Teachers Union feels the same way, and many others will come out against him if he decides to run for that.
All right, here's just a novel idea, guys, that we get somebody that, they appease the corporate entities, but they're actually like the silent leftist. I know. It's going to be really hard to see it, but we're going to have to see it in their policies and the shit that they actually implement or don't implement.
Okay. Juan, let me bring you back in, because MSNBC is now at war, which is always entertaining to watch, because Joe Amica from the morning show went off and they revealed this morning to go and see Trump in secret at the end of last week after bombarding him with abuse for years and years and years, having originally been great friends of his. But another MSNBC presenter, Katie Fang, has now tweeted, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. So clearly there is an internal fracturing going on, which I suspect is going on in the Democrat Party at large, because I would urge them to be more collegiate with Trump. I've always felt that he's one of those guys, he's a natural pugilist. If you read his book, The Art of a Deal, he says, if you punch me, I'll punch you 10 times back. Actually, if you go and hang out with Trump, and I've criticized him as much as I've praised him, he can take criticism if he feels like you're not just
if you punch me, you'll have Cheeto dust on your hand for a long time.
Unrelentingly abusive. So I actually thought that Joe and Mika, we'll play a clip from what they said this morning, but I thought this was a good move on their part. Let's take a look.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago.
You headbutt him and you look like you got a sunburn.
To meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Dude, I've watched this clip a few times. He looks like he ate an edible before they did this.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show. has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues.
Hey guys, right now I am totally seeing eye to eye with Joe, specifically in my eyes, in his eyes. We are both very squinty because, as I said, I am...
and we told him
for reasons.
So.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, I actually feel America's been so toxic in the way it's become so tribal. And they've been part of that, no question, on one side, and Fox have done it, I guess, on the other, and so on. Should we encourage both sides to come together a bit
Just
more?
gloss over
like
that.
They used to in the old days?
Whatever, man.
Sure. I mean, look, I'm all for people working together, building bridges, kumbaya. I'm all for it because I think, you know what? If you look at the Congress of the United States, totally polarized, they're also totally paralyzed. They're not getting anything done.
Yeah.
We need to get things done. And on the world stage, I could go on and on. But I think that with Joe and Mika, and I watched that show, so I'm no critic of it in that sense because I subscribe, if you will. But
shit.
Let me just tell you, it looked to me like their ratings have gone through the floor.
They have, yeah.
And I think that when people talk about Trump, you talk about Trump, he's a celebrity. People have said you can't take the camera off him. I think for them, it's like, you know what? This is a way to get back in the media ratings game. You know, the idea that we're connected to Trump.
Yeah, but who's that for? Who's actually changing their minds all of a sudden going yeah, you know what? I really think that them opening the door to Trump was a good idea and I'm going to totally watch them every morning now.
People like to advertise on shows they know the president might be watching.
Yeah.
They would love to get Trump to, instead of watching Fox and Friends, to watch some of Joe and Mika, Morning Joe. But, to me...
You just like the name. You're like, I just think the name was very clever. I love it. You get it? It's about coffee cups.
It really calls into question, have they been authentic when they were saying that this guy is so harsh when it comes to women, so harsh and racist when it comes to blacks and Latinos, and has an authoritarian, even, as we were saying, fascist streak. So were they sincere about that, or are they now... falling in line with others who find, you know what, I want to get on the bandwagon because Trump has just been reelected and won the popular vote.
Yeah.
To my mind, you got to be straight about your authentic sense so that the audience can trust you, and I think they put that at risk today.
If this guy specifically, if people like him, in Congress, he should just be wearing whatever corporate lobby owns him. I know it's been oversaid, but the NASCAR stuff, just put the logos all over you so we can at least know, so at least if I like the company theoretically, that it's just oh, hey, you know what, he's sponsored by, by Yeti.
Well, it's interesting, Cenk, because the journalism professor and author
Piers.
Jeff Jarvis has accused them, Joe and Mika, of inflicting a, quote, betrayal on their colleagues, democracy, and us all. He tweeted, "It's a disgusting show of obeisance in advance."
Yeah. So I have a different opinion than everybody here. My first question would be, what are we agreeing on? So if you want to go to Trump to get him to agree on things that we agree with, like an anti-war position, fantastic. Of course we should be open-minded to that. You'd be nuts not to be open-minded to that, right? If he were to actually do anti-corruption, which he always promises but never does, right? And you can get him to be open to that, fantastic. But why are Mika and Joe going there? To push for, the public option? No, they're going over there to get access. And so they seem like utter frauds. If they could show me policies that they care about, that Donald Trump agrees to, or they have a strategy to get Donald Trump to do good and decent things, great, I'm super open to it. Look, I would want to do that. I got no problems with me meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or anything else along those lines. But what I'm not going to do is compromise my principles and my ideas just to get access.
Yeah.
So, for example, we see the Democratic Party instantly going in the wrong direction. Yeah. Rahm Emanuel is the biggest dog for corporate donors. Picking him could be the worst possible thing you could do. Do you know that Rahm Emanuel lost 1,000 seats on his watch when he was at the DNC nationwide for the Democrats? There isn't a bigger loser in the Democratic Party. So, look, we need a populist like Jon Stewart, which I actually, if you remember, Piers, I tried to get him into this race.
Yeah.
But John, call me. This guy never wants to. He doesn't realize how intensely popular he can be. By the way, another candidate for president could be Nina Turner, a person who actually fights for the average.
She couldn't even win in Ohio. Shut up.
Person has always been right about the populist left, and going for class.
No, he thought he could win.
Always being worried about identity politics.
No, don't ever listen to Jake on this shit.
There's so many options here.
Yeah, Kyle. A lot of people now say, including John Fetterman, that Nancy Pelosi should go. She's the godmother, the enforcer. Now she's blaming Biden. You can't have it both ways. I think it's really ironic. You have a woman of age 84 and she's still hanging on. Why not give a younger generation opportunity to occupy that seat? I mean, Nancy Pelosi, it does seem to me they've got to move on. Haven't they? Get somebody younger, fresher, new ideas?
I don't think a single person on this panel is going to disagree, except for maybe the guy on the far corner that way.
I mean, I'm totally in favor of cleaning house, but at the same time, that 100% would include the genocidal maniac that is John Fetterman. So he's part of the problem that he thinks he's calling out here. He's one of the worst of the worst. So, but on the broader point of just bringing in new leadership, bringing in fresh ideas, bringing in people who believe in social democracy and Bernie Sanders' agenda and they're willing to fight, 100% on board for that.
Harry, celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, where it's now been revealed that she and her company got paid closer to $2.5 million rather than the original $1 million as thought for the event they put on with Kamala Harris. Every single time out comes Oprah putting her arm around whoever the Democrat candidate is. Then you see Beyonce, then you see, they all come out. I feel that's over, that Trump has barreled his way through that. And that his people like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk and others, they're not really conventional celebrities. They're tech people in a tech world, really, or interviewers or journalists. Do you think this idea of the Democrats constantly being associated with super rich celebrities, singers, pop stars, actors, and so on?
Now, this is just this is cope on their end. Come on, man. You're just jealous that the only people you have are fucking Kid Rock and who's the guy who played Hercules, Kevin Sorbo.
Because it seems to have backfired this time.
It's all you have.
No, I don't think so. I think the people you're describing, like Joe Rogan, are celebrities in their own right. Joe Rogan, his base of viewers just happen to be the people that Donald Trump wanted to get out to vote. The people who watch Oprah, the people that listen to Taylor Swift, happen to be the Kamala Harris's.
But they didn't get their people out to vote. Women did not go out in the numbers that people expected when Taylor Swift.
Well, women still voted for Kamala Harris overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but I love Taylor Swift, for example. But everyone thought that would really change the needle. 500,000 people apparently registered to vote extra in 24 hours when she made her endorsement. But none of that was reflected in the polls.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't effective. Who's to say that it didn't actually get out more people to vote, and that possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris? These people have, they're famous. They have a lot of notoriety. So when they're doing something with a candidate, that speaks to people who are low propensity voters. He literally does this every time there's a good point. Politics like everybody else does here, right? We want to get those people out to vote, and a lot of those people align with Kamala Harris. And if they see Oprah standing next to Kamala Harris, they're like, oh yeah, that looks cool to me. So I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think it quote unquote backfired. Maybe there's a way to do it more strategically in the future. But to say that, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't work with Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on earth, I think that's foolish.
You know what, Harry? Nobody cares, Harry. Nobody cares about celebrity endorsements.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody cares about celebrity endorsements. Here, let me give you one example. If Democrats, for example, passed Build Back Better, the original Build Back Better, that Biden...
I take that back. Keanu Reeves. If Keanu Reeves gave an endorsement, I would give a shit.
And Bernie were trying to get through. That included paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college, expanding Medicare, higher minimum wage, lowering all prescription drug prices, expanded child tax credit. If you got that through, I think this election very well may have been different, and Democrats would have won. And I don't think dragging out, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever else is going to make much of a difference, because people like them for what they like them for. They like them for the singing. They like them for the dances. They don't really want to hear their thoughts on the marginal tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, I definitely agree.
Honestly, I would say that it was not a detriment because it got more people out to the rallies.
I want to bring Dina back.
Optically, it looked better. So,
I agree. I agree with Kyle.
The DNC was banging.
I want to say,
whatever
Jay,
the
thank
fuck you guys
for that presidential endorsement. Who knows what 2028 will hold? But they overplayed their hand with celebrities. It's not that you don't want celebrities, but celebrities motivate the base that you already have. Yeah. What this campaign did is they put too much stock in those celebrities. Those celebrities, just like my colleagues on this panel, just like myself, they only have one vote to give. Yes, they have influence, but you know who could have been a better influence on that race is everyday working class people standing by her side. Everyday working class people talking about how under the Harris-Walz presidency, things would be different for them, that the minimum wage would be increased, et cetera, et cetera. That did not happen. So although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she absolutely did not move the needle. And this is no shade to her.
Who's, again, to say that she didn't?
It's just celebrities are good for the base. They are not necessarily good to move those undecided voters.
I mean, the other thing, Nina, the other thing I would say,
the way they did it too.
The other thing I would say,
it's the way they did it.
Yeah,
it was
I
a very
agree with
elitist way. You know, it was the way they did it.
No,
too.
I agree with you. I just there's a different issue which Trump's picks, nominee picks for the cabinet. I think I see a consistent pattern here. The one running theme of all of them is they're all good on television. Trump understands the power of television like no political candidate I've ever seen. He absolutely gets it because he's a TV guy. I did his Celebrity Apprentice show. I saw him at first hand. He loves the camera loves him, and he's great at the power of television. If you look at RFK Jr., you look at Tulsi Gabbard, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at even Matt Gaetz, look at all these people. What's the common theme? They're all good talkers, and they're good on telly.
Unqualified.
Whereas if I think, of course, everyone can have their view about their politics, but they are good performers on television. If I try and think of a lot of Democrats in that camp who are good at articulating policy on television, I start to really struggle. I do. I think it's important.
But why are we giving Trump credit for optics right now, Piers? Piers, the thing about all of his picks is that they're virulent neocons. He picked Mike Huckabee, who's an end-times fundamentalist Christian, to be ambassador to Israel. This guy thinks the rapture is going to happen and Jesus is going to come back
in his lifetime.
Yep.
You know why he picked him? You know why he picked him?
He's part of the church I used to go to.
That's why he picked him because he can, because he has such a thumping mandate on November the 5th.
But do you criticize that? But wait, do you criticize that though? Are you against the neocons?
I don't think it's any surprise. It may be a surprise.
He does not have a mandate. This is the craziest talking point I've heard.
Well, hang on. My point is the Democrats had such a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate. You reap what you sow. You've allowed Trump to do what he wants, right? So I'm afraid.
Do you criticize his neocon picks? Do you criticize?
Here's what I think. It doesn't matter what I think because the truth is,
it does
because Trump was very.
No, he wants to sit here and participate in these debates. Then he has to start doing this. That's insane.
Pro-Israel the first time round. He was always going to be very pro-Israel this time round, and you guys have allowed him to win with a thumping mandate. So the real point of this panel...
He does not have a thumping mandate.
The real point of this blue panel has been for you
neocons.
to show some self-awareness that you've allowed all this to happen. I mean, Nina, I want to come back to you just briefly.
What self-awareness? He is picking neocons. Are you going to criticize
He's picking them because he's allowed to.
Or not?
He can pick
them.
them.
He's allowed to, but are you against it? Are you against it?
I'm against some of it, yeah.
You have nothing but criticism for Democrats, and you have no smoke for Trump, apparently.
Listen, I regularly have criticized Trump.
Two things.
Come
on,
brother. I would not.
Bad right now.
Let me answer the question. I would personally not have picked Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General pick. I think it's ridiculous, right? I wouldn't.
Two things.
You should call him up and tell him that. Why are you guys talking on the phone?
Huh?
He won.
Guys,
okay,
the spicy meter.
To the victor goes the spoils. Okay.
Yes.
We all can agree with that.
Yes.
The man won. The Democrats left the door, the windows open. They
Everything
even opened
open.
the door.
Come in, burglars.
He has won. However, there is a however to this. Yes, he does get to nominate whoever he wants to nominate in his cabinet. If the Senate is so upset with any of those nominees, then they can reject those nominees. That is likely not going to happen. The other side of this is true that some of the people that he is picking, and let's use Congressman Matt Gaetz for the prime example, he wants a yes man in the Attorney General's office. That is it, because Congressman Matt Gaetz has shown clearly that he will do every single thing that President-elect Donald J. Trump tells him to do.
I have one question about
that. Including possibly knowing some 17-year-old girls, allegedly.
Okay, I have one question about
regardless of whether it's right or wrong.
Here's my point about that. Trump's being attacked for choosing loyalists, to which my response would be, should he have actively chosen disloyal people? I mean, seriously.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not attacking him.
No, but not sycophantic loyalists that will never criticize him.
Who
Come
would,
on.
if you're president,
No, wait.
pick people that might be loyal
I'm not
to?
attacking him.
What?
What
No,
I am
that's not
saying
why we're
is
attacking
we got to call this what it is.
Come on, Piers.
I feel like I just lit a tinderbox.
Not attacking
not
him.
why we're
I
attacking
said he
him.
has every
God.
right to pick these
He's
people,
gonna do
and
it.
we have
Can I-
every right to weigh in on his picks.
Yeah.
But the
Yep.
Senate
No,
has
he's
the
gonna
final.
he's gonna
That
final
is true.
word this shit.
That is true. We've got to leave it there. Brilliant panel.
knew it.
Thank you all very much.
No,
Blue on
called
blue.
it.
Blue on blue was good, but I do feel like blue on blue have to. You've got to keep talking
Called
to each
it.
other. Because out of this unholy mess, the reality is you've all
Most
allowed
like
Donald
I
Trump
watch
to get
a lot
back in
of
with
this
even more
content.
power
Allow it.
even more power than he had
neoliberals
first time.
did.
So you
The
can all have a
corporate
problem at me
Democrats
about
did.
it.
and John Stewart.
This is on
2028.
you. I actually agree about Jon Stewart. I think he'd be great. So get on the phone to Jon Stewart.
All right. Ugh. Oh, he just, oh my God, he will not change. We need to have you know what? I'm going to do it. At this point, I'm just going to set it up. I'm going to have Piers Morgan bingo. It's going to have calling Trump Hitler. It's going to have him changing the subject the second that he actually gets called on the carpet for his takes and his bad takes. There's a lot. Oh my God, I could have so much fun with that. But yeah, that was a lot better than I thought it would be. But at the same time, somehow, some way, with all of those stems, with all of those left-leaning people, Piers Morgan still ended up with the fucking final word. Like, I get it's a show, but I was saying it like during it. It's just like, what is? All right. Oh. All right. So I appreciate you guys sticking through that segment. That one was, yeah. Piers Morgan is just insufferable. So, but yeah, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. All right. Laid back time. Getting to the back end of stream. Did you guys think of that segment? Oh, shit. Oh, man. I didn't realize I lost that many people. Time is it even? Oh, okay. Who we got? All right. Anybody want to hop in chat, or am I just gonna either do one more segment or possibly, just possibly, call stream? Let's see. Everyone is leaving Twitter. Yeah. That is true. Shocking agreement on Israel. What? I don't know about that. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can handle that. We got... Here. Check this out. Did you guys see this? The Dr. Oz stuff. Everybody's kind of reacted the same way, where it's just like, oh, I was really hoping that wasn't true. Yeah. Here. Nah. Won't go there. Because I'm not sure if I can handle Destiny right now, especially after the content that I did yesterday. Oof, it was rough. It was rough. I'm not sure. Like, dude, I'm surprised that more people aren't jumping onto like Destiny, because yeah, If you haven't seen it, my stream yesterday, and I also did a video on it, I clipped it, where, oh my god, what's his name? Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada did a breakdown, and oh boy, it definitely changed my view of Destiny, like, a lot. Like, a lot. So, not gonna lie. Alrighty. Oh, man. Take this moment to stretch. Alrighty. Say that a lot. Sorry. This is getting ridiculous. What? Okay, hold on. Emergency content warning. Emergency content. This is actually something I want to check out because that just dropped. And here.
This is the first ever Thanksgiving. This was the first ever Thanksgiving that took place.
I wonder if this is just like a lot of ribbing.
Speaking of young men, or I guess older men now, Uncle Shaky Gurga, okay, Chunk Weigert, is in the crosshairs of Emma Vigeland, friend of the show, Emma Vigeland, because he said, I asked Elon Musk to put me in charge of cutting the Pentagon. And he said, what are your suggestions? I run the largest left-wing network online, and Democratic leaders have never asked me that question.
Wait,
the idea that they would take advice from a populist is disdainful to them. Now, which side seems to be more open and inclusive? Which side seems more welcoming? And which side tries really hard to drive you away if you disagree even a little with orthodoxy? Which side is asking for suggestions, and which one is demanding compliance and obedience? Autism Capital says, your pivot has been fascinating to watch. Oh, I hadn't considered that Republicans might not be genuine. I'm a rookie, so that's a shocking revelation to me. Show me the time Democrats even asked for suggestions on how to cut the Pentagon for me, you or anyone else in their base, so I'll take a conversation on it. I said, Unc, I don't think a defense contractor who happens to be the wealthiest billionaire on the planet is going to genuinely listen to your concerns about what parts of the budget they're going to cut. This is preferring someone lie to you rather than one who doesn't even do that. Unc is ready to go. He's ready to fight, dude. We're squashing this beef on Jenks.
They're doing this on stream.
Jenksgiving is going to be crazy. He is separating himself from you, LaMaFael. No, that's my uncle. Okay, shut the f up. Like, You're not invited? It's at my house. What do you mean? F you mean I'm not invited? Hello? Does he even cook anything good, though? No, he doesn't cook shit, but it doesn't matter. He's an incredibly important part of Jenksgiving. He's going full Ethan Klein. First of all, no, he's not. And secondly, that's my uncle. Okay? What the f is wrong with you guys? Like, I don't think you understand. Or I don't know why you don't personally consider like this exact same scenario playing out in your life as well.
Because a lot of people don't have close families.
Difference in opinion than from myself, okay, is actually fantastic because it brings me closer to the true American experience. Debating your uncle at Thanksgiving. This makes me so happy. God, I love Thanksgiving so much. I'm such a Ameriboo. It is hilarious that people say I hate America. Because I love the American experience, and there is nothing more American experience than literally having a spirited and heated debate with your uncle who has maybe some right-wing tendencies. Obviously, for most people, it's like way worse. Okay, but the uncle-nephew bond is
yeah, it's actually sisters in my case.
Undefeated. And if you guys think that there is anything that could come in between the uncle-nephew bond that exists that is stronger than anything else, you are wrong. He was obviously not being serious with his tweet at Elon. I think he is. I think he does genuinely think. He's just using Elon responding to him to bully the Dems. But ultimately, I still don't think that like Elon is going to be responsive regardless. Except your Republican uncle runs a progressive news org? Yes.
Yeah, but
don't pretend that I brought it up. No, you brought it up, and you made it a giant issue, and you're the one hurting the progressive cause and the trans rights
Oh my God,
cause.
that look.
We win on every goddamn issue on trans rights. Why are you going and dying on a hill that no one agrees with you on? You're going to ruin trans rights on other issues.
Okay. That's Thanksgiving. And it's been happening for years and years and years. Okay? What the fuck is this? It's been happening for so many years. Are you going to have him on stream? Yes. The heated Jank versus Murat debate.
Get him. That's all I have to say.
No, you got more. Come on. I just put the
Wait
soundtrack
for the music,
on.
though. Wait for the music.
All right, what else, Murat?
Get me.
That's it, dude.
Talk about it. Speak on it, King.
No, sorry.
Speak on it, King.
I haven't watched Phil in forever. And yeah, this whole he said, she said, I don't know what to think. It's not for me. It's not for me. It doesn't.
Well, yeah,
he
you
does
started
great.
an
He does great.
Internet
Yeah, he does great. He wins all the
phenomenon.
time. Yeah. And he's got
Based
great
on your
news.
opinions.
Yeah, I got you, but I don't get it. I literally don't get it.
Okay, debate one by Murat. Okay, there you go. TKO.
Okay, there you go.
Jank admits he doesn't get
Do you
it.
ever open the
Like, I
dictionary
don't get,
and go,
like-
oh, I don't get it. They're telling me things.
Look how confused Jake is. Oh man. All right, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. I think this happened.
Jake's face.
This began this began years ago. Like back when we were in New Jersey. We used to get together as a family in New Jersey for Thanksgiving in my grandparents' house that they sold. They don't even have it anymore. This is not Janksgiving. This was not a very spectacular Janksgiving. This was a little bit different. Shaky Gurga, baby. Oh, here's the famous clip of the first ever Janksgiving. This was how many it was 5 years ago? I think it was 6 years ago almost.
With this, dude. We're going to have an actual interview where I will ask you some tough questions, okay?
Oh, boy.
I'm going to ask you some tough questions about what do you plan to do for CA25. But for the time being.
They just
All right,
smoked a
everybody,
joint and are doing this.
He's flexing. Bro, your hair was curly. Brother, it still is wavy.
Stop. All right, I'm stopping the recording. All right, we'll be back. Murat's angry. All right.
This is the first ever Janksgiving. This was the first ever Janksgiving that took place. I am infinitely amused by Jank's seemingly earnest and entirely not self-aware belief that major figures in both parties somehow owe him personally an audience and input into their decisions. Like, not as an equal citizen, but as a semi-successful media brand, very delusional. Okay, I have an issue with that. I take issue with what Adam Johnson is saying because Shaky Gurga has had an impact on the Democratic Party. Okay, all jokes aside, he literally did. I mean, him and Kyle were formative figureheads in the Justice Democrats. Like all of the progressive squad members that were elected, like they came from the Justice Democrats movement. They created that. They
Nina
did
Turner.
do that. They were very important. And now you got Brianna Wu with the Justice Dems. Is she still there?
Yeah, unfortunately she is.
For years and years, I've heard people mispronounce my uncle's name, okay? But I've never heard Shaky Gurga before. And until I found one of those like weirdo incel podcasts, those weirdo incel podcasts who referred to him as Shaky Gurga. And it was the most insane way to refer to him that it stuck with me. I cannot wait to show him that clip, by the way, because I don't know if he knows what Shaky Gurga is. Yeah, here's the TikTok.
You appear to have a crush on Hasan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why? Okay.
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, low-brow debater.
He's not a debater and he's been very clear that he doesn't, he's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a moron, so it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who's
connected to Shaky Gurga.
A political
Shaky Gurga. Yo!
I'm lost.
Shaky Gurga. What the hell, man?
I'm lost.
What the is Shaky Gurga? What? Did you see your aunt getting owned by Dominic Tarzinski? I did not, and I don't want to see it. This dude called you a moron and then says Shaky Gurga. Yeah, I always. It's clear to me that the man on the whatever podcast is the actual beacon of intellect. Hey, low tier, lowbrow debater.
All right. As I said, that was a emergency content drop because just saw that they were rehashing some of the Jenksgiving stuff. I'm interested to see that one. Thanksgiving will be fun. Spending it with the in-laws. That's what I was saying. All right, what do we got? Nothing else on the docket. So, you know what? It's been four hours, so I think I'm getting a little tired. I'll tell you that much. I slept like ass last night. I didn't get to bed like till about like 3:30, just because like I could not sleep, and then I had to wake up fucking early. So yeah. Anything fun? Yeah, I think that the takeaway from from chat is I finally met somebody that is definitely a bit extreme in his positions. And yeah, a little bit older than me. And yeah, I essentially said, we got to make sure we drink a lot of water because we don't want kidney stones, and make sure you take your bathroom breaks, because don't do what Duke of Bread is insinuating here, where he fears the kidney stones he's gonna get in the future. So I feel bad about that. Where it's like, oh man, I hope you don't get those kidney stones, because I'm not sure if you caught that part, but oh boy, I had one and it was no fun. It was legit one of the most painful things I think you can ever feel. So shout out Water Tree, hell yeah. The fact that your name is Tree and you just shouted out water is kind of funny. Just like, yeah, water's good. No, it is. I mean, it's pretty much, I would say it's all I drink, but I do electrolyte beverages because, yeah, I also got to keep up with those, man. Helps me keep up my energy without drinking energy drinks. Like, energy drinks just make me, ugh. I do not feel great when I drink those. Oh, man. Actually, Tree, do you smoke trees? Because that would be even funnier, but I'm not sure if it's funnier that then you shouted out water. Because, yeah, good name. All right. I think I did get really tired all of a sudden. Tired. Yes. I think we have gotten sufficiently high on politics. Oh, hell yeah, man. I hope that you are also sufficiently high on politics then, man. Oh, real quick. Yeah, since I got here. So that's what, I got my little rig here. Again, tobacco use only. Yeah, this thing's awesome. Got little color lights and everything. This thing will wreck you. It wrecks me, and I am a veteran. So, and then yes, if you are new, yeah, nice. All right. Solidarity, brothers. Solidarity. I got my Scaredy Bear. I love this thing. Again, tobacco use only. But yeah, little joke behind Scaredy Bears. Yeah, I like when I call that getting scared. So it's my Scaredy Bear. Thing looks cool. I was wanting something like that. You know what? It wasn't nearly as expensive as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, it was only like $120. So, it's worth every penny, because the way that it's like magnetized on the top, and then yeah, it's you just put it in, you put the stuff in. I almost called it what it's called. I'm like, no, wait. But then yeah, you just hit your little button. You know what? I'll do a little test drive. Why not? Gotta hold it for 5 seconds. Then it turns red. Baked in procrastinating doing the dishes. Hey, that's I'm kind of doing the same. Sticking around with you guys because I'm like, I don't want to go. And then yeah, so it's got the choke here. Yes. And when it's green, yeah, green means go. Then when it goes back to rainbow, that just means that it's done burning, so you can just clear it. It's always the second part of that, though. That's the one that always gets me. Ugh. Wow. Yep. Wasn't kidding. Tree, it is dope. It is dope as fuck. Yeah, check this out. Got my little spoon to load it with, but I got this at it was a weed fest that they had locally here. It was literally the best day of my life. It was so cool. Number one, it was run by my local dispensary, so like the actual one I go to. It was really, really cool, man. Like they booked 2 bands that I absolutely like. They're my favorite bands. I'm just gonna say it. Revolution, if you don't know who they are, they're a reggae band. Like more of a reggae rock band. And then Slightly Stupid, which again, another reggae rock band, but they're one of my like absolute favorites. Unfortunately, they didn't do the best set though. But the most important part was, yes, I got introduced to this thing because they had the coolest shit where, so if you bought this, you got to go to a dab station that was like a tent that you got to just kind of like get a little spoonful and yeah, they would just set it up for you, like, do what I just did. Just hand it to you and you would just I got obliterated, absolutely obliterated. And they also had like this really cool, it was like a vape bar where excuse me, I just realized I coughed into my mic. But they had a vape bar that it was like you had a clear cup and it like with a straw, like picture just like the cups you get at Taco Bell, just empty. And you take it to what looks like a brew station where they have taps all around this brew station and they have it labeled sativa, indica, and hybrid, and you get to choose which one you want. They just load it with smoke, put the cap back on, and you just take your hit with a straw, and you get to go there as many times as you want just by buying the cup. I went a lot. I was on the frickin' moon. And as I said, the set was amazing. I wasn't just high saying that. It really was amazing. No joke. So they had I didn't go more than like maybe 2 minutes without having a joint in my hands, which was awesome. Like, yes, I rolled my own, but people just were passing them out with unlit, just like, here. They also had a bunch of people, like, because we were near the front row, that were just handing them out. It was mind-blowing. At some point, I was just like, am I dreaming? I feel like I'm dreaming. And then I turn around, they're like, hey, they're firing the cannon. I'm like, they're firing the what? And then, boom! They just fire this thing, and it shoots out like 300 plus joints just into the air, and it's just like, it was incredible. Yeah, it was so funny though. When we got there, so they had it like cordoned off like a normal music festival, but they definitely had it like blacked out, so you couldn't really see in. So when you got in, immediately they were just like, consumption allowed on premises, have fun. It was just like, hell yeah. immediately, me and my buddy Spark won. And we're just, our ladies, they were just like, yeah, we got to go to the bathroom. And we were just like, okay. And we're standing there, we're smoking, and these two cops are walking towards us, and without missing a beat, me and my buddy just, oh. And the cops laughed at us. They're just like, hey, look at that. We just looked at each other like, oh shit. That was a classic moment. It was a classic stoner moment. But yeah, it was too funny, man. They also had some like really cool new technology. Again, they had this thing. Then they also had this like weird like version of that had like an open top that you burned it kind of like incense oil almost, where you just dropped it on the middle and it just went. And again, with straws, you just like, you all kind of like suck in on it. It's freaking, it was cool. And it hit. They also had like so many cool like free things. Like I have papers forever now. Yeah, they also had like a bunch of just on-site stuff. It was so cool. Oh yeah. And because this was run by the dispo, you obviously got to buy first and then go. So yeah, it was, again, heaven. I hope they do this. I hope they do it again. I hope they do it in your area. They call it the Miracle, which deserves that title. It was quite the miracle. It really was. I'm pretty ripped. So, hey Trey, I hope you're still there, because oh boy, I'm feeling it. That, as I said, it's that second one that hits you there. Oh. But my mission to get high on politics worked, thus contributing to the name of the show. The cool part is, I eventually, if you join my Discord, we can do video calls, or you can call into the show. I would like to do more of like a call-in show, as well as, read out your comments. I don't mind doing that, but if you guys are wanting to chat, never be afraid to drop in. Or obviously, we do have like a 420 friendly chat in my Discord, so I think the rig was 200 closer to said and done. Sorry, I don't want to speak misinformation. I was just informed. Thank you, Mod. All right. I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, if you're in a legal state, I almost said consumption state. I'm like, no. But if you're in a legal state, obviously, I have to make sure that everybody abides by the rules. Gotta keep it TOS. So, yeah, man. Not kidding about that second hit though. Oh boy. I think that one did it. And it was funny. Who said it? Bloodstone by Stars. Baked, procrastinating, doing the dishes. I kind of feel like I'm procrastinating with you. Just here keeping you entertained so you don't have to go do the dishes right away. This is one of my favorite parts, though, of doing my stream, is the idea that we are all together. This is a true community. This is exactly what I wanted. I love it, guys. I really do. But what time is it? 8:30. I kind of feel like I should probably hop off. I got my dog upstairs that, it's kind of, oh yeah, it is kind of a bummer. She was laying right by the door and she just looked so sad. She was like, I want to come. No more chores. Nice. Did you see? The thing is, Bloodstone by Stars, I do my chores high. I'm not sure if you do that. Like, the higher I am, the more like in tune I am with my chores. Just like vacuuming, dishes. Dishes, for some reason, if I wake and bake, dishes are getting done. I don't know. It's like what I almost have like an OCD thing about it. Like the second that I put that coffee maker on, I'm like, I'm doing the dishes, but I have to be high. It's the only difference. I mean, on politics. Oh man. Yeah, I still got chores. This is the bad part. It's like I hop off stream and immediately I walk through that door and just boom. Yeah, it's more fun high. Yeah, everything's more fun high. Let's be real. Like, let's be real. Movies, like, come on. Those are like the go-to, but yeah, everything. Literally everything. Streaming. I'll tell you what, like, I think that I'm able to do this a little bit. I'm gonna be honest though. Yeah, dishes are the worst. Bloodstone. Bloodstone by Stars. Sorry. Shout out your full name. Yeah, no, dishes are legit the worst ones. I think it's for me personally, just because I had a large family, so it was my chore to do, and I hated that. Yeah, but dishes are chilly AF when you're high. Yeah, they are. Yeah, but what I was just about to say, this will be making sporadic appearance. It's okay. This one's not going to be as frequent as Scaredy Bear, because Scaredy Bear doesn't take me to the, it do get annoying though. Yeah, it's just once you tell me if I'm wrong. It's when you hit that point where cups. So cups are a big one. Where it gets that little, like, it has that lip, and then it gets the water like stuck in it, and like on the top. Oh, nothing is more annoying than when it gets all the water built up, and then you're just like, oh, I gotta wash these out, and then your towel gets soaked, so you gotta get another towel. I got some coffee cups that do that are just annoying as F. But it's actually kind of funny. My new dishwasher, it has like a function where you can lean it, but the only thing that sucks is it takes away one like full row on each side, so I can only really do half of like the amount of dishes I kind of used to. But it makes it so much more worth it because Jet Dry, number one, is your best friend. Do not cheap out on the Jet Dry. If you have a Jet Dry friendly washer, definitely put the Jet Dry in. I'm telling you, it was a game changer. And the other thing is tilting the cups was another game changer, because it just, there's no more of those little buildups. But I have this top rack where I have these little lids that does it, so it's like no matter what, I can't escape it. It's really freaking annoying. Pots, Bloodstone by Stars, pots have been soaking for a while, are not fun. No, especially if they still have like a lot of that annoying like build-up food on it. Like, it's always where you got like a casserole or something, you feel like you have to put your hand in that like soapy water, and the casserole just kind of like brushes against it, and you're just like, it feels gross. There's also that point where like the sponge like starts stinking, or like the sponge also like, I don't know. I go through sponges quickly because I'm pretty much like a single use sponge guy where I don't keep a lot of built up crap. I buy them in bulk. They're pretty cheap. I mean, they're not the most expensive thing, thank God. I mean, it's not like they don't grow in nature or something. That's my best SpongeBob. Sorry if that was annoying. Patrick. Oh, gee, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I've been waiting for that. Ow. Oh. Yeah, my other least favorite chore is, it has got to be washing baseboards. I hate it. I hate it so much. Even with magic erasers now. Oh my god. It's an arduous task, it is. Oh man. I absolutely absolutely hate it. Dusting, you know, I don't mind it as much, but you know, it's like weird when you're just like, oh, like I have to here, like actually I got a good example right here. My man Vash. So I got this Vash eating donuts. He's so cool. But yes, the dust that gets built up in here, it's like, oh man. Yeah, Vash Stampede. He is from Trigun. OG Trigun. And then, real quick, why not? I'll let you in on Inside Baseball. I got my little Gundam. Surprisingly, I do not have too much on my desk area. I just have those two little guys. Ugh. Actually, I mean, that's kind of a lie. I have like a little shelf above me that has tons, but yeah, that's why I was just saying dusting. Vacuuming with a shitty vacuum is my least favorite besides dishes. Bloodstone by Stars, absolutely. That, you know what? I feel that. You know, I have a Dyson vacuum, not bragging. Little humble brag, I guess, but I love it. It's the stick vacuum, but every once in a while it does have its shortcomings. Carpet is the big one where I really I might have to figure out fixing my older Dyson for the carpet, because yeah, I'm noticing that this one just does not do as good of a job. It's yeah. But no, I feel you. I had this like little Oreck where you had to sit there and just go, what the hell? You're just pushing and you notice nothing's coming up. You're like, come on. Oh man. Yeah. Been there. I like how I'm talking about chores. Sorry. I just know somebody did. It's just like, oh my God, riveting conversations, especially, you know, I was here for the high on politics. Which one were you here for? Getting high or the politics? They are expensive. Yes, they are. They are. But Black Friday deals, and building up some rewards. It's pretty much, yeah. That's how I did mine. So, you know, there's no shame in it. Not even a low interest credit. 0% interest for, I think it was 24 months. So yeah, that was one of my smarter purchases because it also helped me build my credit. You know what? Oh shit! I just almost knocked my desk over. Actually, some content that I am going to be covering coming up is going to be some Caleb Hammer. If you don't know who he is a, you would think he's a finance bro, but I call him the finance guy. Actually, my wife calls him the finance guy. But he's got some really good content. I won't like do the full episodes, obviously, because I don't want to completely content shimp. Surprisingly, my other stuff I have like commentary on, but this is stuff that I'm thinking like maybe I'll use his shorts as bumpers to try and help people in my community out with their finances, because he really speaks for millennials that, you know, have some shortcomings in their financial situations. And it's not even like the stuff that's not our fault. It is like just having us understand like what loans are good for us, you know, which ones are predatory, obviously what you should pay off first, kind of stuff. The big the big one he is really about is just making sure that you're not living beyond your means to the point where you're just gonna, you know, crash out your finances. Uh-oh, I'm out of water. Uh-oh, that might be time to call. That might be the sign. But I'm so close. I might just hit that 5-hour mark. And that, kids, is why they have lids. All right. I just You know what? I needed that though. That was one of the most desperate moments for water, because I'm not sure if you heard that in my voice. I was like, oh no. I do have to be very careful though, because obviously mixing smoking with shouting on stream, probably not the best thing for my voice. Oh Lord, I'm gonna have to be one of those guys. Has to take a day off. Oh my, you know what? This is karma, because on yesterday's stream, it's hard to say for some reason. I made fun of Ethan for that. So, uh-oh. It's that karma, kids. Be careful. Bloodstone by Stars. I feel bad because if you don't, well, wait a minute. Do you at least have like one of the shark facts, or so? Maybe that's what I should have asked. Are you using like one of like the stick vacs, or are you using the full size? Because that also makes a difference. I had a Kirby for a hot minute, but I had to get rid of that thing. It was way too cumbersome. Took up like half my closet. Had it passed down from my mom because she's the one who bought it. I did not buy a Kirby vacuum. Okay, I did not do that. Oh man, I like these chill little conversations. An old stick one. Okay, does it still work really well for you? Wait, when you say old stick one, I'm not sure if this is a reference you get, but you ever seen Scary Movie? If you get the reference, you'll get the reference, or you could just say no and I'll just stop there. But Doofy, oh god, if you haven't seen Scary Movie, that's a good movie, and that one holds up. That one's got some jokes in it that are a little problematic, I guess, but yeah, I know, sorry, my I just saw somebody dip out of chat. I'm like, oh no. But then I had that high moment where I'm like, well, why would they dip? What was I talking about? And then it's like, oh yeah, I'm talking about chores. Family left it when they moved, but I suddenly found another one and they both aren't good. I get the reference. Nice. All right. Well, then it's that much funnier. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. So, leave it to Costco to have some cool stuff. Because Costco, they get some cool stuff. But I'm not doing like that. Boom. This is a Costco thing. And the only reason I know who that guy is because he showed up on a wrestling program, and I just said wrestling program. I am ancient. A wrestling TV show. That's even worse. No. AEW. He showed up on AEW. Oh no, I feel so old. Oh, I feel like Jim Cornette's still alive. I almost says Ghost. You're not gonna get these references. This is why I was kind of like, when I started doing content, I had to actually wrestle with the idea of doing wrestling content. And then I also was thinking like, well, maybe I could do a show called Wrestling with Politics and just literally do a show that's wrestling with politics. I'm like, oh, that's day one content creator shit. That's why I would never get views. I'd get like the one guy that's just like, yes, let's talk about Ric Flair. Man, sorry. See what happens every time I talk about wrestling? They're just like, look, not high on politics. All right. Politics, I mean, hey, Donald Trump was in the WWE. I guess that's kind of a crossover. No, what I was saying, sorry, I got stun locked on the Costco guy. I got this really cool extender duster from Costco that, yeah, I full disclosure, have yet to use it, but it's the fact that it does reach like all the way, like if you have like high high ceilings, or if you have like that one really problematic spot like I have, where it's just like this one spot in my stairwell where I'm like, eh. And you could just see like the one little floating spider web where you're like, I'm gonna get you. It's a matter of when. But I'm gonna get you. One day, I will be not lazy enough and have a little bit of extra pep in my step. Hey. Sorry, bad jokes. That's my thing. I also just realized I'm starting to get a little hungry, so. Trump is in everything. That's what I do. I show up in everything. I mean, yeah, trust me. People like already talk about TDS, and then how do you think I feel when I'm watching Home Alone 2 on Christmas and I'm just like, there again. I hate it. He really is it. Like, you go back to like, this is what sucks. I have not lived in a time where Trump was not like a media figure. I was born in '86, and he was a media figure by that point, and a mogul, and yeah. Curse you. Here I am sitting here thinking I'm one of the coolest generations where I got to have, the 80s, 90s kid experience where I got to ride bikes to, my friend's house. I didn't have a cell phone until way later in life, so everything was, analog, and probably one of the last generations that knows how to use a rotary phone. But he has an amazing resume. I'm a wrestler. Oh my god. Have you seen the I'm Idris Elba bit? God, I have to find out if I can play that. Is that copywritten? Let's see. Let's see if that has a copyright on it. I mean, it's a BBC. Let's see. How can I tell? I don't know if I can tell. Crap. Usually it has like a little flag on it that you can see. I'm not seeing any of that, and I mean, I don't want to take it on its word. All right. Yes. Damn it. All right. I can't use it. So I'll just say it. Look up the Idris Elba bit. Just Idris Elba BBC 1, and it'll it's a very, very, very funny bit. It's a sketch. It's how Idris Elba's good at everything, and he just like he shows up he shows up to make coffee. He shows up at a lab. It's hilarious. I don't know. If you like Idris Elba, and the idea also that he just like literally shows up in every freaking like project where you're like, holy crap, it's Idris Elba. I remember watching that bad Ghost Rider movie where I was just like, oh my god, it's Idris Elba. Like, wow. He really is in everything. Yeah, Bloodstone by Stars. You know what? I forgot to ask. Bloodstone, are you subscribed to the channel? Because if you are not, I'd appreciate it. I wasn't going to say anything like, oh. Also, like the stream if you have not. It costs nothing to you guys, and it helps me immensely. So if you've enjoyed this in any capacity, even if you haven't enjoyed it, leave that like, because it really helps me, and then I'll be here for you to argue with. God, that was the first chat argument I've had today. Where Bloodstone, yes. Nice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh man, I'm glad that you guys stuck with through stream with me, because this has been fun. You know what? I think I can let you guys in on a little secret. So I have some experience with growing plants. If you catch my drift, and I had a good yield, and I did very well. So I'm very happy about it. But there might be a time here coming up where I might have some seeds available. So only for legal states, of course. I'm not even kidding about that, though. We would have to follow any regulations, all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if I can actually do that, though, because I know that there is a rule about sending seeds through the mail, like whether it's no, that's not true, because I got mine through the mail. I don't know. But yes, let's just say that I made a mistake. Because if you're not aware, if a plant gets fertilized, then it turns male, and oops. Yeah, I kind of had a oopsie. Yeah, that was not a fun day. That day sucked, because like it was one of my outdoor ones too, so it was also very unfortunate because it kind of fertilized more than it should have. Yeah, but you know, gotta make lemonade out of lemons, right? I remember like the first time I heard the quote where it's just like, oh, you gotta make lemonade out of lemons. It was just like, well, if you're only using lemons, then that's some shitty lemonade. Or when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. It's like, yeah, but I need sugar. I don't know. Alrighty, guys, that is it. That is that mark. It was kind of arbitrary at this point, but also it's time for dinner. I'm a hungry boy, so New Jersey's legal, but not for seeds, which is whack. What? Wait, can you guys not grow there? Or can you not just buy, like, wait. Obviously. Like, so you can't grow there? If you don't, I mean, if... I don't want to bother you, but... if you, yeah. I'm legit curious about that. Which, if you do not answer, then I will just be looking that up on my way upstairs. Nope. Huh. How about clones? Can you guys buy clones at the dispo? Because, like, hashtag whack. Yeah. Hashtag whack. Yeah. Wiggity whack. Damn, dude. That's... I did not know that. It's funny. I actually have a friend that lives in New Jersey. Well, he just moved to New Jersey from New York. So, huh. So does that mean New York City has more lax laws than New Jersey proper? Like the New Jersey? What? What? Wait a minute. Oh, wow. That's actually kind of breaking my brain a little bit. I didn't know that. I do know that, like, the East Coast just kind of started getting their crap together with that. Still can't believe Florida. Like, man, I was so hoping that Florida was going to go full legal, but whatever. They got medical, so, and they recognize out-of-state med, so got that one covered. But yeah, man, Bloodstone, that sucks. You know what? I'm sorry to hear that. Solidarity. Wait a minute. Or what was it? I'm sorry. The Garden State does not like gardening. Closing out on a high note. Look at you. Yes. That's great. Actually, that's a great line. And damn, that should be a t-shirt. Like, you should really think about printing that on a t-shirt. That, and, wow. You know, since you still have something to advocate for, this is a political show. So, advocate for that. Advocate for being an open grow state, man. You got some work to do. Like, yeah, you got legal, but damn. Oh, that sucks. Now you actually just really made me appreciate my freedom. You know, man, I'm sorry. That actually like kind of hit me in a wave where I was just like, the garden. Number one, the Garden State does not like gardening. Not just a great line. So true. What the hell? So I'll tell you what. That made me a very good gardener. That's why my last name is Pepper. If you have not gathered from the name Pep Talks, I have a pepper garden. So it has it is definitely taught me to be a better gardener. Hashtag hi. Have a good dinner, man. Freedom. Yeah. All right. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you guys sticking through the stream. I'm going to call it, so I will see you tomorrow. It's probably going to be a little bit of a shorter one. Either that or I'll start a little earlier. So if you see me live at 2, don't be afraid to check in. So I will see you guys, and you bet I will.